Winter's Bite, The Crimson Winter Reverse Harem Book 2. Written by Lindsey R. Loucks. Narrated by Laurie West. Chapter 1. With the wind kicking up and the heavy snow pelting down on us, it took almost 15 hours to get to Margin. A little better than a mile per hour. We had to stop several times for Grady to pick up the town's scent again, and to let him rest since he pulled all of us on the sleigh while injured. It was a good thing I'd stolen the coat from the brothel at Old Man's Den, or otherwise I don't think I would have made it. As it was, by the time we arrived in Margin, I couldn't feel any part of my body, despite Archer shifting to keep me and himself warm. After bursting through the door of an inn with winter savaging our backs, the innkeeper took pity on us and put us in a room for one night, in exchange for the nearly full bottle of booze I'd also stolen from the brothel. That was 8 days ago. Archer, the magician that he was, had charmed the innkeeper's wife into letting us stay longer. He was hurt. He was beautiful. I couldn't blame her for not being able to resist, though I had noted how her gaze lingered, how she giggled and fretted. She made me want to put an arrow through her eye, which was why I sat in the bar area with Sasha on my lap while the woman doted on him in our shared room upstairs, and while Grady stomped around them and snapped everyone's heads off. We were a touch high-strung, the three of us, after starting a war and barely escaping with our lives. I was especially edgy, since all I thought about was poison and sex, sex and poison. That was the result of sharing a room with 2 wolf shifters and scouring the inn's kitchen for things that could kill and coming up empty. What kind of kitchen didn't have some kind of toxic ingredient? Someone entered the inn then, a smudge of brown in the whited-out backdrop behind them. The animal skins hanging on the walls swayed with the surge of wind, and the many bushels of dried herbs and vegetables hanging above the fireplace fell to the stone floor. Most of the candles in the circular chandeliers above went out in puffs of smoke.
"Shut the goddamn door!"
An old man hunkered at the bar yelled. Good to know I wasn't the only one cranky at winter. The innkeeper bustled out from behind the bar to help the newcomer close the door against the wind. I folded Sasha farther into my coat away from the stranger and sealing off my borrowed vision. She was half asleep in my arms anyway and already hidden from the innkeeper by the angle of my body. Easier to cover up her existence down here than up in our room with the doting wife, since I seriously doubted wolf pups were allowed here. The door finally closed and latched, and the innkeeper breathed a loud sigh of relief.
"It's rough out there this year, isn't it?"
He bumped into one of the many wine barrels edging the room. A habit of his, I gathered, since it happened so frequently, like he wasn't aware of the space his own body dominated.
"Do you need a room? A drink? I have a mean pot of stew that will be ready within the hour."
The stranger didn't say a word, just lumbered toward the fireplace against the wall. I bent my head over the table so my hair curtained my face. My heart stuttered a warning beat. My muscles tensed as I almost stood to slip out, but I decided against it. I didn't want to draw attention to myself, not any more than I already had. As if sensing my unease, Sasha squirmed once and then stilled, her warm little body as stiff as mine. Ever since that morning Baba was shot, I trusted no one outside my wolves. This person, why were they wandering about in winter? Once again, the door to the inn burst open.
"Shut the fucking door!"
The old man at the bar shouted.
"Relax, Bartle."
The innkeeper rushed to meet the newcomer. It was becoming much too crowded in here. Time to slip up. "You have the best seat in the house, I reckon." A male voice, unfamiliar, from the direction of the fireplace. The first stranger. His voice had a soothing quality, but it didn't take effect since he was addressing me. Me, not the old man at the bar or the innkeeper who'd run over wine barrels on his way back into the kitchen. I dug my fingernails into the underside of the table and prepared myself to snatch the map from the top and run upstairs. A part of me wondered, though, what if this was Thomas? What if this was Archer and Grady's missing alpha we'd heard howling several days ago?
You can see who's coming and going, the man continued. See anyone of interest lately?
I shook my head, more of a spasm than a forced movement. The second stranger headed toward us over the creaky floorboards toward the fireplace, and a buckle on his left shoe must have loosened because it clinked. At least I thought it was a he. No, it was definitely a he. I could often just tell. His steps thudded deliberately as if he were listening, watching. A weighted silence passed around the room. Then the stranger who'd spoken moved toward me. I flashed my hand to the tabletop, crumpled the map in my fist, and slid it onto my lap. A low chuckle emanated from him.
All I'm interested in is who's coming and going, not whatever you had there.
Ask the innkeeper.
I'm asking you.
The legs of the chair opposite me screeched over the floor, and he sat heavily upon it. The chill from his coat shoved outward, bringing the smell of fresh snow and sweat with it. I haven't seen anyone. An undertone of disbelief lined the sound, but I'd told him the truth. Shame. This wasn't Thomas. If it was, Grady would have seen him. He would have come downstairs by now instead of sticking his face to the window trying to search between the snowflakes for his alpha. I shifted uncomfortably in my seat, because whoever this was, he'd come to me for a reason.
I'm looking for a girl, the stranger said. Black hair, brown eyes, about your height. You haven't seen anyone like that.
My body went numb. Questions flooded my mouth, but I didn't dare ask them. Could he be talking about Jade? No, I managed to say.
A real beauty, but she escaped Margin's slave auction and ran off wearing a thin blue coat. Angered quite a few potential buyers.
He sniffed.
Doesn't matter, I suppose. She's more than likely dead already.
My tongue soured and I fought down a swallow. He might not be talking about Jade. It could be anyone. Still, my stomach hardened into a worried knot. I couldn't imagine being someone's slave. But to choose winter, choose death over that kind of life? Well, that told me everything I needed to know. Excuse me. I stood from the table abruptly, angling the lump in my coat away from him the best I could, and swept the map behind my back. My hands trembled, and I hoped I wouldn't be sick.
Of course, the man said. If you happen to see her, though, I'll be around.
He'd said it with a smile. I could hear it even now. He'd be around, watching and waiting, and from the dig of his gaze in my back, he was already watching me. I skirted between the tables and chairs on the way to the stairs, having already memorized the way. As quick as I could, I strode up to the room and breathed somewhat easier as the distance between me and those men grew. It's okay, I breathed to Sasha and myself. That man had been just a man who wasn't interested in us and had been talking about someone other than Jade. She was too smart to run, too dedicated to her brother Lee to surrender to death. After 12 steps from the top of the stairs, I skimmed my fingers over the door of our room and turned the knob. Girlish laughter sounded from within, as well as Archer's easy voice. I ground my teeth together and slammed the door behind me.
Aika, you're back,
Archer exclaimed from the bed on the right. And now the whole inn knows it, the innkeeper's wife muttered. She didn't sound as happy to see me as Archer. Time to go, I told her, none too politely. She harumphed. But Archer! I opened the door again and waved her out. Couldn't get much more obvious than that. I'll be back first thing tomorrow. She left then, leaving a trail of sickly sweet perfume behind.
Aika, she treated my wounds,
Archer said with a note of humor.
Shouldn't we be nice to her?
I thought the word please as I said it. He chuckled.
No, you didn't.
I unbuttoned my coat so Sasha could wriggle free, and the sight on the bed through her eyes pulled me up short for a moment. He lay in bed shirtless with the blankets puddled at his hips. His long, silky midnight hair feathered his tawny skin, and the ripple of powerful muscles along his chest and arms.
Are you jealous of her?
He asked, studying me just as closely with his dark, mischievous eyes. Why wouldn't I be? Having working sight just so I could stare at him all day without Sasha's bouncing would be a dream. I released Sasha into his waiting arms. It doesn't matter.
She's just trying to help. That's all, to me anyway. Honest.
I nodded sharply, my tongue souring at the bitterness this foreign feeling left me with. It would be impossible not to fall for him. I had, quickly, and what amazed me was that I suspected he liked me too. He pulled me down next to him on the bed, cradling Sasha close, and his gaze kindled something softer and warmer than jealousy inside my heart.
Now why did you come bursting in here?
There are 2 strangers downstairs. One of them knew about the slave trade and said one female slave who looked similar to me escaped, and I can't help but think,
he thought you were an escaped slave?
His whole body tensed. No, at least I don't think so. He might be talking about Jade, but maybe not. It makes me so sick that I don't know where she is.
We'll find her.
He released a long breath and glanced down at Sasha, who stared at him adoringly.
And the second stranger?
I didn't miss the note of hope in his voice. Despite his doubts that the howl we'd heard the first day of winter had really been Thomas, he still held hope his alpha was alive. He hadn't said anything, though. He didn't have to. Nothing but silence. I couldn't leave it at just that, since I never wanted to crush his hope, sliver that it was. It could have been anyone, but... I take a lot of my cues from Sasha. If she's relaxed, if she's tense. She perked up downstairs when the strangers came, but was still kind of half asleep. So I wonder if Thomas really is nearby. Maybe he rubbed herbs all over himself to mask his scent.
Like we did in Old Man's Den, you mean?
I nodded. Wouldn't a wolf pup immediately recognize their alpha and react in some way?
Probably.
He sighed.
Maybe. It depends on if Thomas wants to be found or not, I suppose. If he's really alive.
If he's here, he can't stay hidden forever. Maybe Grady saw something out the window? Speaking of Grady, I didn't smell his almond scent, feel his anger biting at my skin.
Doubt it. He's down the hall in the shared bath, probably taking a cold one. I couldn't stand him snapping and stomping, so I told him to just go away.
I stood from the bed. Is there a window in there?
Yeah.
Then he might have seen something. Like if the 2 men came from the same side of town, or were together before they came here.
What makes you think the second stranger's a man?
A feeling, I guess. The noise level around him. Women think louder than men. At least, in my experience. When my ama wasn't shouting at me, she was thinking. And that was usually worse. In my own head, my thoughts were deafening.
Really?
Archer chuckled.
You can hear that?
Just the volume, not their actual thoughts. I think it's because women have so much to say and very few who will actually listen. So we pent it up.
I'll listen.
I know, and it means so much to me. I leaned down, hoping he'd meet my kiss. He did. Vigorously. His warm breath sighed over my lips as he claimed them. His tongue stoked fiery heat to the end of every limb and back. then surged to my center in a tight, greedy ball of need. With one touch, he made me feel things I didn't even know I craved until I did. He slid one hand to the back of my head and rested the other on my hip, gently tilting me toward him and the bed. Sasha rolled away from us, plopped to the floor, and howled toward the window.
"Hush, big girl,"
Archer hissed. She immediately stopped and stood rigid, but her thoughts buzzed in a wild flurry, same as mine. Out in the hallway, a door closed and Sasha released a quiet whimper.
"I'll see to her,"
Archer said quietly.
"You go check on Grady. If this place gets too much more crowded, we may have to leave. Just be sure to knock first at the bath door. Who the hell knows what he's doing in there?"
Nodding, I climbed off the bed and crossed toward the door, my cheeks flushed from Archer's kiss. I opened, then closed the door behind me, and I all but froze 2 steps down the hallway. Someone was here with me. They were breathing the same air, touching their feet to the same creaky floorboards. Yet they weren't moving. Whoever it was stood behind me, their gaze whittling down my back like a sharpened blade. Not Grady. I didn't smell his almond scent, didn't hear his silent broodiness. This was different. This was silent and predatory. My steps hesitated, but I couldn't turn back. I didn't want to shout for Archer either, because he shouldn't be getting out of bed yet. I had my thoughts as loud as they were, and they were telling me to act natural, to pretend everything was okay, to let the predator feel like this would be an easy victory. The air closed in slightly from ahead, signaling I was drawing closer to the bath door at the end of the hall. I knocked. "Anyone in here?" I tried to make my voice sound as cool and calm as possible. A grunt sounded from within, followed by a loud splash of water. I tried the door, but the rattle of a chain on the other side prevented me from opening it very far. "Hello?" I didn't want to confirm Grady's name in case the stranger in the hallway already suspected it. I didn't want to turn back and reveal my face either. With the door opened a crack, more sounds filtered out. A groan, water slapping the lip of the tub. "Grady?" I mouthed. Why wasn't he answering me? The hair at the back of my neck bristled, and I sensed more than heard the stranger behind me take a step closer. "Grady?" I whispered into the crack. More grunts, more splashes, and a squeak along the bottom of the tub. Could he see me? What was he doing? It almost sounded like he was pleasuring himself with abandon, completely lost to the sensations. But the next few moments dashed that thought away.
"Run!"
Grady choked out, and then went into a terrible coughing fit. There was a violent splash and sputtering, as well as the sound of boots slapping wet tile. Grady wasn't alone. Someone was trying to drown him. Run! There was nowhere to go, certainly not anywhere behind me. The floorboards creaked again, then again. Faster. Without thinking, I drew back my leg and kicked the door with more determination than strength. My boot must have struck it just right, because the chain snapped and the door swung open. I rushed inside, then skirted left with what felt like fingers skimming through the ends of my hair from behind. A him. A stranger him. His boots hit the wet tile at top speed, and he slid and splashed toward the middle of the room. With a choked cry, Grady surged up out of the bath. 2 bodies toppled to the floor with heavy grunts. Fists smashed into flesh over and over. But whose? The stranger who'd been behind me moved to block the door, his steps loud through the water on the floor, but slow and calculating. I needed a weapon, something to get us both out of here alive. But without my bow and arrow, I had nothing. Nothing but my hearing, Keeping the wall at my back, I circled the room, knocking into a low wooden table topped with fluffy towels. I took one and twisted it as tightly as I could between my hands. "Who do you work for?" I asked.
"I think you know,"
a different voice than the one I'd heard downstairs answered. The punches slowed, and then someone staggered to their feet.
"Faust,"
Grady said, his voice wet and hoarse. No movement from the man on the floor next to him.
"He sent you after us in winter? You burned down his town. Will he send more after I kill you?"
Grady bit out.
"Confident words for a half-drowned, naked man with a severe limp. You and your pet blind girl are hardly a match for us."
Burning rage seethed a hole right through my stomach. Pet blind girl?
"Yeah,"
Grady rasped. He kicked the man beside him.
"Tell that to this guy." "That worthless sack of shit,"
the man tisk-tisked.
"Faust wants the three of you dead or alive for what you did to Old Man's den. Either way, I intend to deliver."
He took a single step toward me, and then in a splash of movement, Grady was on him. With a lethal growl, he shoved him up against the wall, the air around him tight with livid tension.
"Deliver this message instead."
Grady's voice bit viciously, raw with the water he'd been forced to swallow and the intensity with which he hated this man.
"We will destroy Faust, and everyone associated with him. The Crimson Forest is my Pax, and we will take it back. Tell him to be afraid, because when it's my Pax again, we will see him suffer."
Violent emotion cracked his voice and vibrated off of him like a war drum. I trembled because I felt it too, this vicious beat inside me that constantly reminded me of all I'd lost. It wasn't much, but it was all I'd had. Baba, Jade, Lee, Hellbreath, my home, a chance at surviving. All gone. I knew Grady's desperation well.
"You'll tell him this?"
he demanded. Silence from the man, but when he shifted his gaze to me and crawled it all down my body, the vileness of his thoughts spoke volumes. For those seconds, I was glad I couldn't see. Feeling it, hearing it, was terrible enough.
"Only if your pet blind girl rides my cock,"
the man finally said. There was a moment of dead calm, the quiet before the storm, while I digested those words. Then, hell shattered the small space in the flash of a second. A window along the wall exploded, and a blast of wintry air swirled through the room. What? I whispered, unable to say more.
"If he can get up, he'll deliver the damn message."
Grady roughly took my hand and charged us out of there. "You threw him out the window?" He said nothing, dragging me behind him as he limped heavily along down the hallway. It was worse now, after we'd narrowly escaped Old Man's den, the drags and thumps of his stride much more pronounced. Once he shoved open the door to our room, he turned as I followed him inside, anger rolling off of him. He pressed closer, the water clinging to his naked skin, soaking through my threadbare clothes. In one fluid motion, he backed me into the door as he shut it.
"Have you ever done what you're told in your entire life?"
Behind him from the bed, Sasha's head had swiveled toward him, and her vision clicked into my eyes. He towered over me, completely nude, his powerful muscles tensed. He was terrifyingly beautiful, even more so since he stood so close. My breaths grew ragged as my heart charged its way out of my chest. Even though he'd attacked two men, possibly killed them. I wasn't afraid of him, but I was afraid of what he was doing to me. Around him, I felt as untamed as a wolf.
"What happened?"
Archer demanded from the bed.
"I heard breaking glass."
Grady slapped his hand against the door next to my head, his seething breaths rushing past my cheek.
"When I tell you to run, you run. Don't come breaking down the door and inviting more of Faust's men in."
"He was drowning you," I hissed.
"What?"
Archer said.
"Someone was drowning you? I solved that problem, didn't I? Me."
Grady gritted out.
"I don't need you."
He pushed off the door, leaving me bared and vulnerable to Sasha's eyes while his words penetrated deep. "I don't need you. Did anyone?" Through Sasha, the falling expression on my face answered that plainly enough. Even Archer, who glowered after Grady with a murderous look, would be fine without me. He could have anyone, someone a lot more useful than a pet blind girl. So useless and broken. I'd wanted to stop believing what Amma had told me again and again. But that was proving really fucking difficult, with even more words sharp as corners flung my way. Heat swallowed up my neck and scorched the backs of my eyes.
"What the fuck is wrong with you, Grady?"
Archer shouted.
"You don't have to be such a fucking bastard all the time. Now tell me what happened in the bathroom." "I was cornered and attacked by one of Faust's men."
Grady slammed around the room while searching for his clothes. Sasha bounded off the bed and followed him.
"Aika here brought in another."
"I didn't bring in anyone," I said, my throat thick with emotion. "He was watching me go down the hall. Probably a lookout for the other man. I didn't want to go back and face him again, and I didn't know what was happening to you. I was just coming to ask you a question."
"What?"
he demanded. "If you'd seen anyone enter the inn. There were 2 strangers downstairs."
"No, I didn't see them coming until it was too late."
"No, the 2 up here and the 2 down there aren't the same," I insisted. "One of them had a loose buckle on his shoe, and the other had an eerily soothing voice as he talked about slaves." Grady grunted.
"This inn's getting way too crowded."
He snatched the towel from my hand, unraveling it, and ran it over his head.
"And small."
I glared at him through Sasha's and my eyes. "So you're saying we leave?"
"That's what I'm saying."
Wind battered the side of the inn and rattled the frosted window. When I'd lived in Margin's Row, I hated having to go to the outhouse in winter, and would hold it as long as possible. Even with a rope to guide me from our cabin, I became disoriented as blowing snow knocked me this way and that. Without a rope, I would have surely died. Without the wolf shifters, I didn't stand a chance. If we became separated, if they decided they both didn't need me.
"Wherever we go, it will have to be close,"
Archer said.
"I'm healed, but not completely."
I crossed toward the little nightstand and picked up the map we'd stolen from Faust's tavern. "We go where Lager's map leads us. The circled places, even the one in Slipjoint Forest. Since who's to say there aren't ruby caves there, too?"
"We don't know what's there,"
Grady snapped.
"He's right,"
Archer said.
"If we go there, we could be walking into anything, and we'll likely be tailed by Faust's men if we do. I don't know about you, but I don't like being surrounded."
"Where, then?" I asked.
"The nearest town we haven't burned down is about 60 miles away."
He sighed.
"And the shortest way there is straight through the Crimson Forest. We could stay in Margin, but not here."
Grady took his place by the window and rubbed the glass while Sasha yipped about his heels. "This is the only inn in Margin." I tapped the nearest circled spot on the map. "This is close. The trees in the slip-joint forest will help give us cover from winter and anyone who follows us."
"There's nothing there, Aika," Grady rumbled. "That's just a stupid map."
"There could be," I fired back. "It was at Faust's tavern, so it's probably important."
"Not the Ruby Caves," Archer said. "Faust wouldn't be that stupid to circle them on a map, would he?"
I sawed my teeth across my bottom lip, considering. Only female wolf shifters knew where the Ruby Caves were. The only place where breeding among shifters was successful. The caves were the reason Faust's pack had taken over the Crimson Forest in the first place, by force, with the help of my mother's poison. No, I decided. Faust's woman, the redhead, hadn't yet found the caves. Grady chuckled, a dark, bruised sound.
"And you believed her?"
"I did. Unless the map was brand new, why keep it for the 2 years they've been in control of the forest and not go see why those places were circled?" The headboard creaked as Archer shifted.
"Unless the map was brand new, and winter was coming the very next day."
"I could see the caves through Sasha's eyes to help guide us there," I said pointedly to Grady's back. "You might need me after all." He stayed quiet for a long time, because he had to know I was right. And I hoped me being right was killing him, slowly.
"We could hole up there if we make it, but come spring I'm through hiding. I want my home back."
Grady turned to face us and picked up Sasha.
"I want what's ours." "And if it's not the Ruby Caves circled on the map?" Archer asked. "If it's nothing but the Crimson Forest in winter, with Faust's pack hunting us?"
Neither Grady nor I had an answer, it seemed. Here in the inn, we'd be hunted until we were dead. Out there, facing a wintry unknown, if we didn't find shelter fast, we'd just be dead. Chapter 2. "We're heading south," I told the innkeeper and his wife. "We're heading out at daybreak tomorrow." "In winter?" she screeched. "But Archer is fine." But was he fine enough for hard, grueling travel? Was Grady? If they weren't, I doubted they'd admit it.
"You'll settle your bill before then," the innkeeper said, "including the cost of the window and the door's lock in the bath. Your man's story about slipping and falling twice doesn't hold much water."
"We'll pay for it all," I promised. We wouldn't. Between the three of us, we had nothing but ourselves. The innkeeper's wife clicked her tongue. "If you find yourselves short on money, I would gladly accept that coat of yours. The red one with the white fur collar? I would trade you for mine. It's warm." "We won't find ourselves short." I turned and headed in the direction of the stairs while I gritted my teeth at the gall of her. I'd seen her coat. It was hardly thicker than a flimsy curtain. But since she'd helped heal Archer, I forced out, "Thanks for your hospitality." "I'll come say a proper goodbye to Archer later," she called. Sure, proper. I gripped the stair banister tightly. No, she wouldn't, because we weren't leaving at daybreak. We were leaving right now, and we weren't heading south. We'd go east toward the first circle and see how far we made it. If more of Faust's men showed up at the inn asking questions, my lie might throw them off for a little while. The wind always blew northeast, so even with their wolf senses, they'd have a more difficult time picking up our trail, especially if we covered ourselves with leftover star anise. Since it seemed to be mostly males hunting us, if they couldn't even find the Ruby Caves, we could hide out there. If we made it, there was too much riding on that word. If, like Sasha, if anything happened to the three of us. My hand trembled as I opened the door to our room.
"We're ready when you are, Aika,"
Archer said from the bed.
Grady tells me you did a fantastic job keeping the innkeeper and his wife distracted so he could raid the kitchen. Isn't that right, Grady?"
He grunted from the window.
"Also got me a walking stick from outside. It's mine. If you want one, go find your own."
Ignoring him, I strode toward the bed where my coat lay and closed my eyes so I couldn't see through Sasha. She was spinning in circles at the foot of the bed and giving her tail a good chase. I wanted to watch her and laugh, but not from up so close. Archer snorted.
"So thoughtful, this one. Did you only take enough food for yourself, too?"
"And Sasha," Grady muttered.
"He jokes. That's his version of joking. It needs work."
Archer leaned over as I sat on the bed and pressed his lips to mine, making my heart jump toward him.
"Are you ready?"
"No," I thought as I shrugged into my coat. "Are you?" He hadn't yet gotten up, though I had heard him dress earlier. But even through my thick coat, I felt the tremble in his hands as he buttoned it for me. It wasn't from fear, I suspected, but an onslaught of memories. How close we'd been to getting Ronan back, and how we'd failed. He blamed himself for losing her twice, once in Faust's torturous game of catch, kill, release, and the second time in Old Man's Den. We just missed the little wolf pup, the only one left of their pack, other than Sasha. She'd been whisked away by one of Faust's men, in the hopes that she'd lead them to the Ruby Caves in time for spring's mating season. I folded my hands over his to give him comfort, to give him hope. "We'll find her, Archer. Maybe Thomas, too, if he wanted to be found." But I didn't say that.
"You're right."
He slipped his hands over mine and gripped them tightly, almost painfully so.
"We'll find your family, too, but not if we stay holed up here for the entire winter. We have to go."
"Can you?" I asked, my voice a whisper. "Can you even walk yet?" Sighing, he leaned in and nuzzled my cheek.
"Yes, I have the will anyway. There for a while, I just wasn't sure if it was worth getting out of bed. The guilt, it feels like it's eating me alive and ripping right through my soul."
His admission, given so freely, stole my breath. Even Grady turned to stare, his weighted gaze a hard pressure against my skin. "And yet you smile and laugh your way through it." I smoothed my hands through Archer's silky black hair, my chest cinching at how much inner strength he had after everything he'd been through. "Surely not for Grady's benefit." Archer chuckled, the sound reverberating into my stomach and sinking lower.
"No, not for his. For mine, for yours, for Sasha's. Mostly for Sasha, if I'm being honest. She deserves to have her sister back."
What these two wolf shifters wouldn't do for Sasha. I would do anything for her, too. My arms felt empty when I wasn't holding her, and I could kiss the top of her velvety soft head right between the ears for the rest of my life, and not complain. I pressed my lips to his head with no complaints about kissing there either. "Then let's go get her." He nodded, and I could feel his smile light the room. I stood and stepped away slightly to give him space, and he pushed to his feet, a tall, steady pillar of strength. He scooped Sasha into his arms.
"I hope you're ready for winter, Sasha girl. Let's go,"
Grady muttered, limping across the room.
"The sleigh's already by the back door."
We followed, me with my bow and quiver, and the four of us smelling like star anise. It was silly to think we could defeat winter easier than Faust's men, a fact that ripped the breath from my lungs as soon as Grady opened the back door. Wind and snow battered my face. Cold seeped into my thick coat within seconds and drilled into my bones. I threw my hood up, retrieved the wool gloves from pockets, and squeezed my eyes shut as Archer led me up onto the sleigh. Normally, I tied my scarf around my eyes to prevent me from seeing through 3 wolves at once, but now I held it to my mouth, hoping it would help warm my heaving lungs. Grady secured Sasha in her little box at the back of the sleigh, his movements jerking the sleigh and threatening to spill me off. Or maybe that was the wind. Archer tied the leather harness around my waist and tied it to the wooden rail, while shouting something, but I couldn't hear what. Then he must have shifted, because seconds later we hurled forward. The shock of the blustery cold air narrowed my windpipe to a mere sliver of what it had been. I couldn't breathe, even with my scarf over my mouth. Every one of my inhales were icicles, sharp and painful. Much too shallow as well, because of the lingering pain in my ribs. My eyes popped open wide as panic burrowed deeper than the cold. A whited-out nothingness carried me forward as I bounced between my wolves' vision. The sound of their panting loosened my chest some. Vague outlines of the town of Margin sprang up out of the snowy void before whisking past. A steep hill angled down to slip-joint forest, and I held on to the crossbar with both gloved hands as we gained speed. The chill bit at my face even harder, narrowed my airway even more. A loud crack whipped through the air. My feet wrenched out from underneath me, and suddenly I was airborne. The snowy ground charged up to meet my back. Hard. The breath I couldn't spare whooshed out, and I lay there, stunned. Behind me, all around me, Sasha yipped, then squealed, the sounds growing louder, then fainter. My heart stalled. Panic twisted my insides. What had happened?
"Sasha!"
Archer shouted.
"The stream!"
Grady yelled at the same time. I formed a mental picture and immediately wished I hadn't. We were on a hill. Sasha had somehow popped out of her box at the rear of the sleigh and had rolled past me, toward a stream, likely frozen over, if she hit it just right, and fell through. Footsteps thundered away from me down the hill. I opened my mouth to force in air, but nothing was happening. My lungs were too frozen to function. I wanted to scream for help, but the wind would scatter it into a million pieces before freezing it, too. I curled my fingers into the snow, raw, shrill terror surging through my body, and begged my lungs back to life. Tears burned my eyes. At least Sasha was too far away to see through. I couldn't bear witnessing her death if she drowned. Choking noises clicked up the back of my throat. What if I died here too? What if this was the end for all of us? Just barely out of Margin.
"Aika!"
Vision snapped into place, a splotch of red on the snow like so much blood, or a red fur coat. The figure's back bowed up off the hill as they bucked and clawed and fought for breath. Me. That was me. Hands grabbed my shoulders and roughly turned me to my side. A hard hit to my back triggered sweet, sweet air into my lungs again. I sucked it all down between wheezing and coughing.
"Breathe into your scarf,"
Archer shouted, pulling my scarf over my mouth.
"Slow and steady."
When I could speak again, I choked out, "Sasha?" A small wolf tongue licked my chin as Archer nestled her closer.
"She's scraped up, but okay."
I flipped to my back, relief coursing down my cheeks and then clinging there, completely frozen. Grady threw something down to the snow.
"The sleigh was rigged to fall apart. Faust's men did this. It's nothing but goddamn sticks and could have killed—"
He broke off, his stormy emotions giving the air an extra bite. A gentle hand smoothed the hair from my face.
Are you all right?
Before I could answer, a howl ran a warning chill down my back. It came from down the hill, across the stream and within the depths of slip-joint forest. Others joined it, an eerie song splintering through the wind. A whole pack of wolves.
Fuck!
Archer started up the hill toward Margin with Sasha bouncing in his arms.
Come on! Get up!
Grady grabbed the front of my coat roughly and hauled me to my feet.
Run, as fast as you can.
I tried, but with the wintry air once again blistering my lungs as I fought my way uphill, my effort wouldn't last long. Behind me, feet thundered through snow. Too many of them. The wolves were chasing us, were gaining on us. I refused to slow down, even though I couldn't breathe. They'd attacked me before, they'd do it again, especially now that we'd declared war against Faust. Grady held tightly to my elbow as he practically dragged me behind him. With his long, powerful legs, he limped faster than I could run. The wolves sprinted faster than both of us, though. We were headed back into Margin, but where would we go? They'd find us, just as they had before. Archer shouted something from up ahead, and Grady banked us to the right, away from him and Sasha. We were separating, likely to separate the chasing wolves, but I hated that idea. Too many things could happen to them, and I might never see them again. The ground leveled out beneath my feet. The buildings in Margin blocked some of the wind, but running only became harder. A stitch of pain formed in my side as we burst onto the main street. The wind and snow hurled into us from all sides, now unobstructed. Surely we weren't heading back to the inn. That would be suicide. Grady tore us across the street between more buildings. Feet trampled the snow behind us, moving even faster now. We'd never outrun them. Something snagged at the hem of my coat with a snarl. My balance teetered and my feet slid backwards. I started to go down, but Grady jerked me back up. A loud crack ripped through the air, followed by a pained wolf whine that stopped short when it struck a wall and fell to the snow. Grady swung me around what felt like a heavy wooden door and shoved me inside. The smell of shit assaulted my nose, but I breathed it in deep lungfuls, thankful to be out of the blowing snow. Something pounced hard against the door just as Grady slammed it shut and secured it with what sounded like a wooden beam sliding into place. He turned me toward the back of the barn, crossed us swiftly toward the side, and then gripped both my hands and settled them on two vertical pieces of wood.
Climb,
he ordered. I did, placing one foot above the other until there were no more steps. A loft, I imagined, with a lot of hay bales prickling my palms as I climbed up and over them. The smell and feel of the hay pinched my heart with memories of hell breath, but I locked that away for now. More and more wolves hurled themselves at the door of the barn, the booms and echo of my thrashing heart. Facing that direction, I shrugged off my bow and nocked an arrow. "Grady," I said between pants, loud so he'd hear me over the wolves' assault on the door. "Where's Archer and Sasha?"
Safe,
he said from below. "How do you know that? Did you see where they went?" A beat of hesitation and then,
No.
"But—"
You don't know Archer like I do. He will do anything to protect Sasha. Anything.
"I do know that, but he was injured," I hissed.
Injured or not, he's the strongest shifter I know.
I knew that too. He'd have to be to withstand all he had and to find the will to keep from crumbling into tiny pieces. He even found it in him to laugh and joke and make fun of Grady, while maintaining the most beautiful spirit I'd ever known. It would crush me if anything happened to him or Sasha. I'm worried is all. I just want them to be...
I'm shifting now.
Sure enough, 4 padded feet hit the ground below the ladder. Why? Did he think that would save him from the chore of speaking to me? Or to stop me from talking? I'd talk his ear off just to spite him, the bastard. But as we stood off with the door, now quiet, and the howling winter beyond, the only things I wanted to say were questions. Why did he have to be so hurtful? Why take the time to slip his fingers inside of me and make me come apart in his hand while setting fire to my soul with his kiss if he didn't need me? What if he really didn't need me? All questions I wanted answers to, but I wasn't so sure I had the courage to hear the truth. So I boiled with frustration while Grady paced underneath me, his limp noticeably better in his wolf state. He must have been too far away to share his vision with me, too far away in more ways than one. We waited like this for what felt like hours, and eventually I set down my bow and arrow as exhaustion settled in. Night had probably fallen, peak time for wolves hunting their prey. I imagined them circling or holing up nearby with watchful eyes, biding their time. We couldn't stay in here forever. As I made a bed of hay and covered myself with more to keep warm, I realized we couldn't stay here at all. I was still freezing, even with my thick coat. My teeth chattered, and the rest of my bones seemed to rattle just as loudly. But I couldn't very well traipse outside and find someplace warmer. Wherever Archer and Sasha were, I hoped they were more comfortable. And I hoped all of us survived the night. Chapter 3. I awoke to fire. It spread the length of my back and legs. As my consciousness sharpened, I realized it was made from hard muscle, bundled underneath a coat, and pressed up as closely as possible against me. And yet another fire sparked heat between my legs, inches away from where Grady's arm draped over me. His soft snores synced with the rise of his chest, a calming rhythm, if not for my wild heartbeat. Part of me wanted to analyze the why my body reacted the way it did around him, why I wanted him so badly to need me. But the bigger, stronger part of me burned those thoughts from my mind. He molded to my back, some parts harder than others, but all of them teasing me to fully alert. I ground my thighs together, my breaths quickening. I wanted his lips crushed against mine. I wanted him to stroke me with his fingers. It didn't matter that he didn't need me. I needed him. Carefully, I rolled toward him, unable to think about anything other than the steady, demanding pulse in my center. It was triggering something inside of me, waking an inner beast I'd had no idea existed before I'd met my wolves, and made me do things I might not have otherwise done. His breath sighed over my mouth, still steady and unaware. I brushed my lips to his, a single touch that swallowed me up with the thought of more. I kissed him again, just his bottom lip this time, so full and soft that I lingered on it. Would he hate this, what I was doing? Would he say something cruel and then shift into a wolf, so I'd shut up? Right now, I didn't care. He felt too good. His arms slung around my back, and his warmth curling up inside me and drawing me closer. With a barely contained moan, I tasted his lip with my tongue, and then drew it into my mouth. My hips rolled forward into him as I slid my hand up his broad shoulder. and then down to his neck and strong jaw. His breath caught in his throat, and a low rumble vibrated from him. Then, before I had time to gasp, he flipped me over onto my back and wrenched my arms above my head. One hand clasped my wrists together, and the other slapped the wood next to my head. With the length of his body covering mine, I reacted with no conscious thought. Trapped in the fabric of my coat, I couldn't spread my legs for him, but they strained to anyway. He grew impossibly hard where he pressed against my lower stomach, and the heat of him there, the heat of him everywhere, slicked my inner thighs. "You do need me," I murmured, breathless. He crushed his hand over my mouth. "Quiet." And then I heard it over the hum of my blood. Footsteps outside. Then something smashed into one of the windows and shattered glass across the floor below. My heartbeat jumped. I wanted to leap out from underneath Grady for my bow, but he wedged me tighter beneath him so I couldn't move. My gut simmered at the nerve of him. I was the one who could defend us from up here with my bow, not him. A hint of a footstep touched down to the floor, a sprinkle of more glass following it. We should have unlocked the door to make it look like we'd gone. Then again, these were wolves. They could sense us, track us, and we were obviously still here. Grady touched his forehead to mine, ducking low behind the hay bales, no doubt. His ragged, unsteady breaths steamed my face, his body losing none of his hardness. I jabbed him in the ribs so he'd get off of me, but he shook his head. Damn it. I could shoot the intruder within seconds. More feet stepped quietly into the barn, 2 of them. They were in their human forms, but that didn't matter, did it? They'd swarmed the place within seconds. I would never have time to shoot them all, and Grady couldn't attack all of them while we were being cornered. We had to get out of here. "You have to listen to me," Grady said, barely a whisper, directly into my ear. "They have guns, so your bow is useless. There's a high window on the loft wall. If we hurry, that's the only way out." And then what? Jump from the roof? I opened my mouth to quietly protest into his palm, but he shook his head. "Do what I say, when I say it, Aika. This will only work if you listen to me," he said through gritted teeth. "When I tell you to, knock over the ladder and then run toward the sound of my voice." I nodded while questions flooded my mind. How would they not see us? Except for their footsteps, they stayed silent below, likely thinking they'd cornered us, which they had. The only place we could be hiding was up here. Grady rolled off of me and then crept toward the wall. My ears burned while the 10 or so men drew closer. One of them must have reached the ladder because the first step creaked. They were coming. Grady worked open the window and a jolt of frigid air slid between the seams of my coat. He made barely a sound. Snow and wind swirled around the loft as he opened it farther, stirring up hay from the bales. "Must be a window up there," someone shouted from below. "Hurry!" The footsteps thundered closer, more and more creaks sounding from that first step. And still, Grady hadn't told me to knock over the ladder. What was he waiting for? Unless, had he slipped out and left me here? Blood stormed between my ears as I felt along the loft floor for my bow and quiver. My fingers bumped a thin wooden pole and scratched its metal end across the ground, a rake from the sound of it. Beyond it, I found what I needed. Still lying flat, I nocked an arrow, keeping it parallel to the ground. He really didn't need me, did he? Would sacrifice me to save himself. I'd kill him, But first I had to get myself out, as fast as I could. I hauled myself to a sitting position and pulled back the arrow, my hands steady. Inside, I cursed Grady's name again and again and again. More glass shattered below, and then a second later, even more.
"Now, Aika,"
Grady hissed from the window he'd opened. It was that moment I smelled smoke. He must have been a lot busier than opening a single window. I scrambled into action and shoved all cursed thoughts to the back of my mind. I dropped my bow and arrow and traded them for the rake. My ears followed the next creak on the ladder, and I headed toward the very top of it.
"She's there!"
A man below yelled. A gunshot splintered the air. My whole body flinched, my steps hesitating, but I knew what had to be done. I shoved out with the rake, the metal scraping against the ladder's wood, and pushed as hard as I could. Flames crackled down below from the direction of the locked barn door, the broken window, and 2 more places farther down the wall. Heat blasted my face, but my nerves iced over with my next thought. The animals. Were there animals in here? Horses? I hadn't heard anything. Still didn't hear anything, other than wolf shifters shouting. There was nothing I could do but go. With one last final shove, the ladder began to tip and dragged the rake from my hands. As I turned to run, bits of wood and hay exploded around my face. I dodged and ducked with my heart in my throat, while trying not to breathe in smoke.
"Here, Aika, over here."
I threw myself toward the sound of his voice, and where the frozen air scraped its way inside. He caught me by my coat's collar and lifted me off the ground and out the window. Up this high, the wind screamed and thrashed, and the snow bit hard into flesh. He took my hand and raced us up a steep slant. I wanted to shout where we were going, but I could barely hear my own crashing thoughts. When the roof peaked on a sharp corner not made for balancing in the best of weather, he stopped and turned me to face him.
"You have to trust me,"
he yelled.
"I'm going to jump, and then you are too, as far as you can."
"To what?" I screamed. He cleared my blowing hair from my face and held it back with his big hands.
"Me. Hurry!"
He stepped away and turned me to the right, where I suspected a great white void existed and waited to swallow me whole. Then, taking his warmth with him, he was gone, leaving me all alone on a snowy rooftop. Somewhere below, Faust's men not in the burning barn were likely swarming. If they didn't see us yet, they would. I had to jump. The thought terrified me since I couldn't gauge distances if I couldn't see them. "Hurry," Grady had said. The barn was burning under my feet, the hay itself the perfect tinder. I had to do this. Survival hinged on this moment, and I'd crossed the unknown before, hadn't I? Though I'd been terrified then, too. I should be used to the feeling by now. Living in this world, loving, both ignited raw terror. I adjusted my stance, a mistake that kicked my heart into my throat. My feet slipped and I nearly went tumbling down. I didn't dare touch a toe down in front of me to see how far away I was from the edge. "What's one thing you always wished you could do?" Jade had asked me once on a spring day. It had been the day before my 16th birthday, and I'd followed her up into a tree in the slip-joint forest and had tried to pretend that was a good idea. "Fly," I answered. "So you could leave Margin's Row?" "No." I swallowed and clung to the bark of the flimsy limb tighter. "So I could matter." "Then do it. Jump. Show me your wings, and I'll catch you if you fall." I hadn't then, and I couldn't now. After much coaxing, she'd given up and left me there. It had been Lee who'd heard me crying and had run to get Baba to help me down. He'd come, but only for Lee's benefit, not mine. He'd been so angry with me, but not as angry as I had been at myself. Oh yes, I was angry at Jade too, but mostly myself. A voice slipped through the breaks in the wind from straight ahead, so far away. Grady? I had to trust him. I had to trust him to catch me if I fell. I had to trust myself. I wanted to matter, but I couldn't do that if I died in a burning barn. Releasing a breath through gritted teeth, I tensed my muscles, readying them, and focused my thoughts on only one thing. I was about to fly. I bent my knees and sprang off the barn's roof. Chapter 4. Wind crushed me backward. Too soon I began to fall. Panic clawed up my throat and came out as a breathless scream. I hadn't jumped far enough, hadn't accounted for the wind trying to rip me from the sky. Time slowed as I fell, and all I could think about was my wolves. I didn't want to die, not like this. We still had a war to win. The back of my coat tightened around my neck. A second later, I jerked to a stop. I stalled midair, caught by something above. Then I slammed into a solid wall, the side of my face first. Pain sliced across my cheek. It didn't matter. This was better than falling to my death. Relief trickled through my veins, but I put a stopper on it. I wasn't on solid ground yet.
"Aika!"
A familiar voice shouted. Grady. He'd caught me, but from his tense tone it might not be for long.
"Use the wall to climb."
With my snow-slicked boots, I planted my feet against the wall and hoped for some traction. They slid off uselessly, until I scrabbled my hands over the wood and found a handhold to lift me up slightly. Then I wedged my boot into a groove and pushed myself up farther. Grady grunted and groaned, hauling me up the side of the building. Eventually, I touched my fingertips to the flat surface of another roof. He pulled me up the rest of the way until finally, I stood on something solid. My coiled tight muscles wanted to give way and collapse, but Grady was already pulling me across the rooftop. Not toward another one, I prayed. No way I could do this again. He stopped and lifted my hands to a low, cold pile of stones.
"A chimney!"
he yelled above the wind.
"Wait 5 seconds, and then jump down after me."
What?
"I'll catch you."
Then, like before, he'd already vanished. For fuck's sake. 1. I waved my hands over the top of it, but sensed no heat. Unless this place was abandoned, anyone who left their chimney unlit welcomed death. 2. It leaned precariously, an obvious death trap. I posted my hands on the top of it, gauging the width and fearing the depth. 3. This didn't feel wide enough for Grady, not even a little, unless he'd shifted before he'd jumped. 4. I fucking hated not knowing what to expect while placing my life in the hands of someone like Grady, someone who could burn my soul to cinders with his kiss, and then blow them from his hand with the next rude comment. 5. And yet I had to get down somehow. I'd taken a leap of faith before. I could do it again. I'd risked the unknown and had flown across it. If I could do that, I could do anything. I sat on one edge and swiveled my feet into nothingness. Did I trust Grady to catch me? I did, wholly and truly. He didn't have to need me to not want me dead. With a single long inhale, all that I allowed myself, I scooted forward, lifted my arms above my head and dropped. I hit bottom much too soon, or what I thought was bottom. The stones underneath me slanted downward, so I followed. They scraped against my coat, pulling and snagging and tearing. Snow and soot hailed down on top of my head. Then a strong arm caught me. 2 of them, one hooked under my knees and the other cradling my shoulders and head. He dragged me out, his feet snapping old firewood and crumbled stone, and then settled me on unsteady legs. I tilted forward into him, too grateful to care what he might do. He wrapped his arms around my waist and caught me. Again. I flew, I whispered into his chest. At any other time, I might have been embarrassed at the wonderment in my voice, or why I'd said that in the first place. But the truth still rushed through my veins like I was flying even now.
I knew you could,
he said, with the first hint of gentleness in his voice I'd heard in a long time. His warm breath sighed over the top of my head, and I realized how close we were standing. The air came alive in the space between us, charged with memories of how his body had felt against mine in the loft, how I'd wanted to open myself to him, to feel even more. I reached out to touch him, but he dodged out of the way and cleared his throat.
Time to go.
His clipped growl set my teeth on edge. What did I do to you? The rest of what I was going to say sucked backward. The barn, were there animals?
Empty.
Without another word, he took my hand and led me into the freezing hellscape outside. Smoke choked the air, but the wind drowned out the noise from the fire next door. It blew northeast, right toward the rest of town. No alarms filled the air, and I wondered if the people might let the old barn burn to a crisp. By then, though, it might be too late. I might have just doomed Margin to nothing but ash, too, like Old Man's den was, and Margin's row. We headed left, our pace as brisk as it could be. My legs kept sinking into drifts of snow, and my face went numb within seconds. We walked for what felt like hours, to the point where I couldn't feel anything, but there were no tree branches ripping at my hair and face. We must have still been in Margin, or somewhere where no trees grew. Then Grady stopped, his hand slipping from my elbow. "Grady!" I shouted. "What is it?" Of course he couldn't hear me. I couldn't hear myself. I sensed him step away, his absence a cold, sharp thing out here in the middle of a forest. I shot out the end of my bow, searching the space around me. Had something happened to him? "Answer me, damn it!" I snarled. He gripped my elbow again, much tighter, and raced me in a different direction. Southwest, I thought. So fast I couldn't keep my balance. I slipped and slid behind him as he hauled me up a short set of stairs. At the top, he stormed through a door. A controlled fire's heat blasted from a nearby fireplace and brought a spicy stew smell with it. I wrenched myself away from him. "What was that about? Tell me what you see." And then I saw for myself. Vision slid into place, and I'd recognize Sasha's wriggly viewpoint anywhere. Her gaze bounced up at Archer, who stood in the middle of the room with neat aisles of chairs on either side. He wore the most beautiful, relieved smile. My heart clenched with knowing they were all right. Sasha stared at Grady and me, 2 columns of white frost, while she tucked herself into a tight ball behind Archer's legs.
"You're a sight for sore eyes,"
he said, and then moved to the side. Behind him, on a raised set of stairs, another figure sat in a chair, legs splayed out, head tilted, huge and beautifully scarred, if such a thing were possible. A multifaceted jewel.
It's about time,
he said, his voice as deep as midnight. Grady leaned into me. His breath hitched several times, and then he threw himself toward a stranger I felt like I already knew. Thomas. Chapter 5. Thomas stood from the chair, his size shrinking the room, and the two reunited shifters embraced.
"You're alive,"
Grady choked out.
"You sound surprised. You heard me howling the other night, didn't you?"
I listened hard to Thomas, studying him through Sasha, who cowered away from him. Everything he said sounded like a command, but one you might not mind obeying. And his questions weren't really questions at all. He didn't move or gesture when he spoke, like he didn't feel nervous energy or the need to draw attention to himself. His tone did that for him. His messy hair grazed his eyebrows, a lighter shade of brown than the beard that grew on his chin. His dark pants clung to the long, muscled columns of his legs, and his black flannel strained across the wide expanse of his chest. He was huge, both in size and in natural confidence. When his gaze shifted my way over Grady's shoulder, something I didn't have a name for unspooled within me, the end plucked free with that single look. A connection. Shared experiences. Pasts knotted together. Whatever it was felt powerful.
"Aika,"
Archer said from the side of the room.
"I want you to meet our alpha, Thomas. Thomas, this is Aika."
He released Grady and walked toward me then, his stride steady and sure. He had the most interesting eye color, a rich brown with gilded flecks, intelligent eyes that saw right through me.
"A pleasure,"
he rumbled, lifting his hand toward me.
"You've made quite the impression on my pack."
With poison. My family had played a part in killing most of his pack, and yet he hadn't said it as an accusation. Still, I wasn't quite sure what to say, so I shook his hand and said nothing.
"Where were you?"
Grady demanded.
"For 2 whole years I searched everywhere." "I know." You know? Then why? What the fuck have you been doing? Who were those wolves who helped me burn down the barn and led me here?"
I blinked toward Grady. What? What? Wolves that helped him? That had led us here? He hadn't told me any of this, and I hadn't even known to ask. I glared toward the sound of his voice.
"I've been listening with my ears to the ground,"
Thomas explained.
"Studying the enemy, making alliances with other packs, waiting for the opportunity to attack and take back what is rightfully ours." "Waiting?"
Grady spat it like a curse.
"That's it? And what were we supposed to be doing, huh? You didn't tell us a goddamn thing before you left us." "You were serving your purpose, Grady. Looking, but never finding. Spreading your scent over slip-joined forest, while I covered mine." "With what?"
Archer asked.
"Wolves from another pack. Just like us, they all smell the same."
"You don't," I blurted. All eyes swiveled toward me, a prickling awareness layered with silence. "To me, you don't smell the same. Archer smells like wood smoke and caramel. Grady smells like almonds, and Sasha just smells sweet," I said like it mattered. Why did I suddenly feel like a fourth wheel? Completely unnecessary when there were 3 other, larger, very capable wheels.
"For a human, maybe,"
Thomas said with a note of curiosity.
"To wolves, individual packs smell the same. We can pick rival wolves out with ease."
Oh. I nodded as if I'd always known this, though my cheeks flamed. Part of me wondered what he smelled like, but I instantly scolded myself. Now was not the time for sniffing men I'd just met.
"Why did you sneak away the morning after we met Faust?" Grady demanded. "Why couldn't you have at least told us where you were going?" "Because I was too slow to react to what was happening, and by the time I did, most of my pack was gone or severely weakened. Then it was just us. The 6 of us."
My heart twisted. The 6 of them. Him, Archer, Grady, and the 3 wolf pups. Sasha, Ronan, and the pup Faust had ordered Archer to kill during his cruel game of catch, kill, release.
"Faust planned all of this long before he executed it,"
Thomas explained, his voice surprisingly measured.
"His pack hasn't bred in 5 years, and he has no explanation for it. Desperation drove him to the Crimson Forest and our Ruby Caves for a possible solution."
Archer tried to coax Sasha out from between his feet, but she wasn't having it. She seemed afraid of her alpha.
"Then why drive us out?"
he asked. Thomas stepped toward the fireplace at the rear of the room.
"Faust takes. He doesn't explain. That's his way." "Like you,"
Grady accused, his voice low and tight.
"No explanation, and you took 2 goddamn years." "Grady,"
Archer hissed.
"It's fine."
Thomas sat in his chair again, the legs creaking.
"He's pissed, so let him be pissed." "It's not fine!"
Grady shouted, making me flinch.
"You could have woken us up the morning you left to explain, but you didn't. You left after Archer chose which wolf pup for Faust to kill. You left after seeing little Brennan die, a fucking arrow right between his eyes. You left after Sasha and Ronan tore their own throats apart as they howled for their lost brother. You left, Thomas."
Grady's words shrank the room with echoes, sharp and painful as a jab to a broken rib. I sucked in a breath, but it snagged on a quiet sob because I felt it. Their combined pain from their irreversible broken hearts. It became my own, even more than it already had, and it crushed me. Their loss became my loss, and we were forever joined by it, and not just our shared vision.
"You left because I killed you,"
Archer choked out.
17 times, Thomas. Faust shot you 17 times with a poison arrow because I took too long to choose which pup to kill. I killed you too. Me. All because I couldn't choose, and it didn't make any difference."
His voice broke, and the pain rolling off of him suffocated me.
"You didn't have a choice,"
Thomas told him.
"I don't blame you. I blame myself. I didn't know the enemy until it was too late. I didn't even see them coming. When our pack started dying, I didn't immediately know who to blame."
I screwed my eyes shut briefly and bit the inside of my cheek hard. I was partly to blame. My Baba, Ama, and me.
"I left the morning after because Faust was coming. Again."
Thomas's voice turned huskier then, scraped raw with emotions and memories.
"I led them away from you, what was left of my pack. The 3 most valuable things in my entire life."
Led them away? But then what? What else had happened in those 2 years? He'd been shot with 17 poisoned arrows. But where had the many, many other scars carved into his skin come from? No. There was something else, something he wasn't telling us. I just met the Alpha, but I could hear the truth buried deep. feel it festering inside him like the poison that had coursed through both our veins.
And now from what you've told me, Archer.
Ronan, I whispered.
We would never have known he had Ronan if it weren't for Aika,
Archer said. Thomas's gaze turned toward me, the powerful force of it making my stomach jump.
Thank you.
It was a curious thing to be thanked with so much pure honesty, like those two words barely conveyed the meaning behind them. Archer and Grady have done even more to help me, I said. I want them, and you, to get your Ronan back. He nodded and leaned back, owning the chair like a throne.
We plan to. How?
Grady asked. A thud sounded from above, followed by a creak of a floorboard. Archer surged to his feet, his gaze following another thud and creak from above.
You didn't tell me someone else is here. All part of the plan.
Thomas waved his hand like it should have been obvious.
What do you mean?
Grady asked.
You may have noticed that a certain someone was missing when you went to Old Man's den.
Thomas flicked his finger toward the ceiling.
Care to make a guess?
At the back of my mind, I had wondered when we were there, but never would have guessed he'd be in the same house as the missing Alpha. Gabriel? Thomas nodded.
Faust's second in command. What are you getting at?
Grady stared at him.
You're keeping him here to torture him or something? There's no or something. I dragged him back here by the balls after he stumbled into a bear trap. I offered him a choice. Tell me everything I wanted to know and live, or don't.
Thomas shrugged, the gold in his eyes flaring in the firelight.
He made the smart choice. What did he tell you?
Grady asked.
The truth. He told me his pack came from north of here and hadn't bred in 5 years. He suspected the reason was an overabundance of humans near their land and dwindling water supplies, but wasn't sure. He also told me about the poison and where it came from.
I tried not to squirm or hold too still while the walls in the room squeezed in on me. Grady hadn't handled it well when he found out what I'd been trying to deliver to Faust. What would Thomas do? Torture me too? I had no idea, and somehow that was worse. Archer cleared his throat, a careful, deliberate sound. Grady stood rigid as he gazed out the window.
And what will you do with him once he's told you everything? Archer asked. Insurance? Bait? I haven't decided yet. All I know is that it will be a painful fall for Faust from the top of the Crimson Forest all the way down into his grave. We strike soon. We strike hard. After that, the future is ours.
There was an edge to his voice now, a hint of violence that went much, much deeper. After everything that had happened to him and his pack, had it made him lose his mind?
I found a map in Faust's office.
Grady fished around the inside of his coat and then handed it to Thomas.
2 spots in the Crimson Forest are circled. Could be the Ruby Caves, or a hideout. Whatever it is, it's important.
Without even glancing at it, Thomas rose from his chair.
We'll leave tomorrow morning. My friends from the other wolf pack are guarding the place and will escort us out of margin. Until then, rest up. There's a bath upstairs. Some of you really need it.
He strode from the room, easing the knot in my chest somewhat. Through Sasha, I saw Archer and Grady share a look I couldn't read. This was a shock to them, no doubt. How many things had changed from the old Thomas to the new. Now wasn't the time to think this, but where did this leave me? With Thomas, I wasn't quite sure where I fit in anymore. I would still go with them, still fight this war I'd helped start. But as a human, I was obviously separate from the pack. Now I felt that more than ever. Before, with just Archer, Grady, and Sasha, I felt free to voice my opinions. With Thomas, I didn't think I was allowed to have one. We were expected to do what he said. Period. But that wasn't the way I knew how to be. Archer crossed toward me and dipped his forehead to mine, smoothing his hand down the side of my face. His touch helped thaw what the fire couldn't, and I melted into him.
Thanks for keeping her safe, Grady.
He grunted and limped from the room.
Talkative guy, isn't he?
Let's not talk about him anymore, I said, remembering his mention of the other wolves. Why hadn't he told me?
I won't.
Archer's breath caressed my lips, and I leaned in so it could touch all of me. He captured my mouth and probed it wider with his tongue, seeking the part of me that yearned for him the greatest. As it flared to life, it caught my breath and curled my toes. Heat spread over my thighs, and I pressed in closer, so he could feel every part of me that wanted him. With a groan, he worked his hand between the buttons of my long coat, between the buttons of all my inner layers, and skimmed his fingers over my breast. I gasped into his kiss, his skin a thrill on mine, and rocked my hips forward.
Aika.
He brought his hand to my ass and ground me against him, kissing me with desperation.
I never want to be separated from you again.
I don't either, I breathed. It killed me. I'm a part of this now, and a part of you and Sasha. I can't change that, and I don't want to. He rubbed his thumb over my nipple and made my body hum.
Come upstairs with me.
It took several long moments to unscramble myself and follow his leap. A bath?
Grady's just waiting to walk in on us again. I think he gets off on it. I want you all to myself for a little while.
He cradled my cheek, the fingers of his other hand trailing toward my other breast.
I want to forget everything while inside of you.
I want that too. My head spun with need as he kissed me again and again. Heat flushed through my body and gathered at my center, a constant ache impossible to ignore. I didn't want to ignore it either, was tired of tamping down my urges as two wolves drove me crazy with want. Even Grady, despite how angry he made me, I couldn't deny that something hung in the balance between us too. But I wanted Archer to be my first, and I'd known that since the moment he'd become a part of my life and had taken root. There was no letting him go from my heart, the one constant he could call home, since we didn't have one to speak of. Let's go, I said, breathless, my whole body vibrating with anticipation.
Give me 5 minutes to heat the water. The steps are there to your left.
He smiled against my lips and then pulled back, his hands at my waist.
See you soon, Aika.
No one had ever said my name like he had just then, one that curled a promise through me, tight like a corkscrew, and then released it. I shuddered as he left the room, my breaths nothing but ragged spasms. Slowly I opened my eyes to peer through Sasha's as she watched him go and then whimpered. It's fine, sweet girl. I won't take your guardian from you. We're just... I didn't even know how to begin to explain, especially to a wolf pup, what we were about to do. I wasn't a shifter and he wasn't human, but that didn't change anything. Our hearts had entwined and that was all that mattered. I felt wanted and so alive, even now while leaving him, still feeling him everywhere like he was still here, touching and stroking and tasting. My smile hurt my cheeks as I angled toward the steps. At the top, one of the baseboards caught my foot, and I tripped out into a narrow hallway like a bumbling, floating fool. Nothing could bring me down, though. Even though somewhere up here, Gabriel was held prisoner by a possible madman. I didn't feel a bit of sympathy for Faust's second-in-command. A sound to my left and something registered at the back of my mind before the rest of me caught up. I slowed to a stop and repeated the memory of the sound, and it echoed from what seemed like a long time ago. I'd heard that sound before, a wheezing cough that came in threes after a sleepless night. Hack, cough, wheeze. Hack, cough, wheeze. I whirled and placed my hands on what felt like a door. That sound. A persistent, scratchy throat first thing in the morning. It had come from Baba. Chapter 6. Without thinking, I threw myself at the door and stumbled inside. My eyes and ears burned while my tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth. It couldn't be Baba. Could it? My mind played tricks. He'd been shot by Lager. If I dared think about it, I'd still feel the spray of his warm blood across my face. He was dead. He should have been dead. And yet, even though he hated me, a sliver of hope slipped through my closed throat. Baba? A weighted, eternal pause. And then,
Aika?
Everything left me in a rush. The tears, the breath from my lungs. But no more words. I stumbled forward, needing to feel him to know if this was real or not. But he'd never been one to want to touch me. If anything, he avoided it at all costs.
You're here?
His voice came from the far side of the room, soft and disbelieving, unlike how I'd ever heard it before. I nodded lamely. You're okay? He grunted. There was a creak, like the sound from a bed's springs, and then slow, stiff footsteps that hinted at pain.
How did you find me?
It's a long story, I choked out.
Close the door behind you.
When I did, he hissed.
You can't stay here. The man who stays downstairs, surely you saw him. He's dangerous. You must leave now.
The low warning in his voice chased unease down my back. Thomas. He was talking about Thomas. He'd figured out who the poisoner was and had hauled him away when Baba had been shot. I was sure of it. Thomas had saved him in his pursuit of revenge. But how much longer would Baba's luck last? Thomas had mentioned insurance and bait. Would he use my own father somehow? To lure Faust into a trap? Tell me about Lager, I said, my voice trembling violently. You knew he was coming. When he said nothing, I clarified. The bald man who shot you?
He came up from the far south, I heard. Started following me around when I went to Margin for supplies. He asked very specific questions of the townsfolk about what I did for a living, how I had a roof over my head with an almost empty barn. He figured out the truth of it soon enough.
He stepped forward even more.
How did you know he was bald?
I opened my mouth to explain and then snapped it shut again, fearing he wouldn't believe me. Really, though, what did it matter? It was the truth. Because of the poison, I whispered. He knew. He knew exactly what I was talking about. He had to. I tried to make the delivery for you, but didn't make it in time, I said, my voice stronger. I tried to help Jade and Lee so they'd survive the winter, but I can't find them. Hellbreath got sick and I'm here with the wolves' help. The wolves we poisoned. Another creak sounded, one that seemed to come from his bones even though he hadn't moved. Silence lengthened the space between us. except for the whirring of his mind, which was almost as loud as mine.
Jade and Lee.
I'll find them, I vowed. He swallowed with effort, hiding emotions I didn't need to see. In his own way, he loved Jade and Lee, had sworn to their parents on their deathbeds that he'd protect them and keep them safe. His own daughter, on the other hand, he didn't even seem glad I was here. I turned to leave, the shock of seeing him again colliding too hard with the past.
Did he hurt you?
He asked, monotone. I paused in front of the door, unsure who he was talking about. Lager? Faust? Thomas? But the fact that he cared enough to sort of ask fractured my heart. My Baba, who'd said as many words today as he had in my whole life previously, wondered if I was okay. No, I said. No one hurt me. More silence fell, taut with a live wire of tension that made me want to say something. Anything. The kind that made my skin crawl inward. But, despite the feeling, neither of us seemed to know what to say. I left him then, and silent as fog, a huge figure appeared from the doorway into the hall. Thomas.
It's curious, isn't it?
He rumbled. He wasn't asking me, he was telling me. What's curious? I asked, surprised I hadn't squeaked. He stepped toward me.
I know you noticed. You might be blind, but you see what's hidden.
What might that be?
When I said I'd found out more about where the poison had come from, Archer and Grady didn't say a word. Didn't ask me to explain a crucial piece of information. Now,
he stopped in front of me, a tall, imposing wolf shifter who could kill me in the space between breaths.
Why do you suppose that is?
I stood my ground, a stone pillar that wavered on the inside. They just got you back. There are no greater questions than where you've been and what you've been up to. The rest will come soon, after they've had time to process.
You seem so sure.
My whole family is missing. The where and the what are all that matter to me. The details are secondary for right now.
You might be right. Or it could be they're trying to keep something from me.
So he didn't know about me then. Didn't know I'd just come from Baba's room. Unless he was playing with me. Like what? I asked. Wolf packs share everything.
Indeed they do.
Except for him. If anyone was keeping something, it was him. I turned to leave at the note of danger in his voice, how it raked along my skin, a strange mix of pain and pleasure. But he grabbed my wrist and hauled me back to him. I reached out to stop my momentum, my fingertips brushing an unforgiving expanse of muscle across his chest.
Packs share everything of value. Food, land, a mate. What makes you, a human, so valuable, Aika?
Nothing. I yanked myself out of his grip, my wrist surely springing up bruises. Absolutely nothing. Fighting the urge to rub my sore wrist, I turned and swept down the stairs, leaving him there to stare after me. He was, too, the suspicion in his gaze hard enough to skin through to my backbone. I wouldn't let him intimidate me, though. He likely wouldn't accept me as easily as the other two because of who I was, if you could call that easy. I was a poisoner by default, a killer by blood. And deep down, I wanted to be both, to take out Faust and Lager and all their men. Even if Thomas and I fought them on the same side, I couldn't trust him. He was leaving crucial details out of his story and had imprisoned Baba, something I still couldn't fully process. Thomas scared me, though I'd never show it. Still, What would he do if he knew I'd been headed upstairs toward Archer and the bath, my heart thudding in time to the pulse between my legs? A human and one of his packmates? Together? Now, though, as I stepped off the stairs, the fire Archer had lit had been siphoned from my body.
I wasn't done with you.
I leaped at the voice directly behind me. I hadn't heard a thing, but I heard everything. A rough hand grabbed me by the wrist and swung me around. "Let me go!" I shouted, but the hold on me only tightened.
You know that man upstairs. How?
Dread bolted down my back. He did see through me. He knew everything. So what would he do about it? "He's my Baba," I admitted.
Your what?
"My pa," I bit out. Thomas flung my wrist away from him as if I'd stung him.
And that right there explains everything.
"My mother invented the poison," I said, "and it became our livelihood to survive the winters. The day Baba got shot by Lager was the day I tried to deliver the poison myself to Faust. Eventually I made it, and when he refused payment I went back with Grady and Archer and—"
Set fire to old man's den. Archer conveniently left out most of your part in all this of what he told me. Now I know why.
"Archer was trying to protect me," he scoffed.
A human.
"Not just—" My voice rang out and bounced against the four walls sharply. "I am everything your pack needs right now. Yes, I may be blind, but I got into the tavern nearly unseen and then got out again, twice, with the map, the poison, a promise to Faust that I had even stronger poison, and one less body part on Lager."
The man who shot your pa.
I nodded. "Most importantly, I got out with the members of your pack that I came into Old Man's Den with. Faust and Lager will keep coming for us. They'll never stop. What everyone seems to be forgetting is that I won't ever stop either. Lager took everything away from me, just as Faust took everything away from you. If that doesn't put us on the same side, then I don't know what does. What I do know is this." I jabbed the air and gritted my teeth. "I care about Sasha, Archer, and Grady, and I would lay down my life for each of them."
She already has.
Grady thud drag stepped into the room.
She's an expert at it by now.
The unexpected compliment warmed my chest and pulled me up short. Maybe he didn't know he'd done it. Archer's low chuckle rumbled from the stairway.
Now you know what we've been dealing with these past few weeks. Trouble,
Grady muttered.
Of the best kind.
Archer slipped his hands around my waist and brushed a kiss to my temple. A warm current thrummed from the touch and sparked brighter.
It's best not to underestimate this woman. I know I don't.
I swallowed roughly, my body trembling from too many intense emotions at once. "You hurt us."
Thin walls,
Grady said.
Even thinner than our old cabin, especially when you and Archer are making plans about what to do with each other. Let that be a lesson.
Oh, for fuck's sake. What I wouldn't give for a little privacy every now and again.
You should have told me, Archer,
Thomas said. Archer folded me into him with his strong arm wrapped around my shoulder protectively.
I told you she was human and I cared about her. You didn't tell me she was a song.
Silence pressurized the room, seeming to distance the five of us, even in this cramped room. But my mind scratched on what Archer had said. He cared about me. I knew it, but it made all the difference to hear it. Thomas's gilded eyes flicked to me.
What's this stronger poison you mentioned?
I called it 5-step poison. It takes you 5 steps before you fall over and die. Some snakes have nicknames like 5-step snakes because of their venom. I shrugged. That's where I got the idea.
But you don't have any of that, do you?
No.
Toss that thread around enough and it might as well be real.
Grady shifted his weight as he rubbed his leg.
She'll come up with a way to make it.
I smiled toward him, and though I didn't sense a smile back, I didn't need one from him. He believed in me, even when I didn't always believe in myself, like while jumping from one roof to another. That was humbling. As I faced him, I faced my feelings for him too, the ones I knew he'd overheard. I loved him, yes, but in a different way than Archer, molded specifically to the bristled armor Grady wore around his heart. Sure, he pissed me off and pushed me away, but I still needed him. I needed both of them. Like a female wolf shifter, I definitely wasn't. But it didn't matter. It felt right, sharing my heart like this.
That's a lot of faith to put in a human.
Thomas crossed toward the stairs.
We still leave tomorrow morning. Hopefully the human can keep up. She will,
Grady assured him.
She can,
Archer said at the same time. Please, keep underestimating me, I called after him, imagining my glare drilling into his spine. I hope the shock of what I'm capable of chokes you. Chapter 7. We'd have to leave Baba behind. I'd overheard Thomas talking to a man downstairs, another wolf shifter from a different pack, I presumed, about looking after the church and those here while he was gone. Funny, I hadn't even known that's where we were. It must have been abandoned or unused in the winter, and it was small, with a fireplace in every room. But since he'd asked someone to take care of everything, I had to wonder if Baba was really a captive or not. It kind of seemed like Thomas was only looking after him, too. Maybe I was wrong. Leaving him behind, though. I'd just found him, had wanted to show him what kind of person I was now after the past several weeks, which was the same as I always was. But as Thomas's captive, real or not, he was forced to see me. Not just with his eyes, either. I took him breakfast late the next morning, which was something I could never do before because he'd be awake before dawn. He took his coffee hesitantly, the calluses on his fingers scraping over my skin. I sensed he wanted to say something but slurped his drink instead. Careful not to jostle him, I sat on the edge of his bed and folded my hands in my lap, unsure what else to do with them. After a long, awkward moment of me wondering if I should just get up and leave, I finally spoke, saying the only thing I could think of. I need to tell you about Jade and Lee. His attention, which I knew was already on me, sharpened.
What about them?
I found Lee in Old Man's den. He reeked of alcohol and was surrounded by men moving him to a different tavern. He'd just come from the scratching post, where he said Jade was. Baba set his coffee down on the nightstand, slopping some of it onto the tray.
How did they get there?
After I left, Lager must have taken them. I heard something about there being a market where... I swallowed. Where humans are sold. I don't know if that's what happened to them, but when I went back there, they were gone. He heaved a shaky breath.
I told you to go to them, Aika. You should have never left them alone with that man lurking outside.
I was trying to save them. To save you. We would have starved without that money.
What money?
He asked, incredulous.
You said you never made the delivery. You left them, and for what? To shack up with a couple of wolf shifters?
I shoved to my feet, rage hissing through my clenched teeth. If I'd stayed, then he might have taken me, too. Who would get all of us back then, huh? You? You were shot, Baba. I will get them back. Me, your own daughter, who you care less about than the neighbors. I stomped toward the door. You're goddamn welcome.
You're not, though.
I jerked to a stop, my hand halfway to the doorknob and my heart suspended mid-beat. What? The silence stretched thin, close to snapping, and then,
"You're not my daughter."
my mouth moved to say something, but I found no words.
"You remember that day in the barn. I know you do. You came in while your mother was screaming at me. Don't you remember what she was saying?"
Bitter memories trickled in, clouded by time and punched with holes. No, I didn't remember what she'd been going on about.
"Before that day, she found out something about me. I was in love with Chen, Jade and Lee's mom, your Ama's best friend, and had been for years."
I half turned to face him, his words biting hard.
"Lost in her rage as your Ama was, she let slip her own truth to me that day. She had an affair with Jade and Lee's father, and became pregnant with you. To call it even, she said, because Jade and Lee are really mine. But she wasn't done. That day, she told me she was going to kill Chen. She was out of her mind with jealousy. She even had a jar of her poison in her pocket, so He swallowed. "I took the shovel you slid across the barn floor toward me, and
You killed her," I said, my voice empty of all emotion. I knew it then, but I'd never been able to think beyond giving him the shovel, let alone say it out loud. The words had a salty, bitter aftertaste I tried to choke down. I couldn't, though, and the taste coated my tongue until I thought I might gag. My stomach seized, and I pressed my head to the cool wood of the door to get some sense of control. All this time, I wasn't the person I thought I was. I didn't belong to Baba and Ama. Instead, I was a dead man's and Ama's. My whole world had floundered too many times to count lately, but this time, it felt like my whole life had been a lie. Why hadn't he bothered to tell me the truth before now? Because it would require talking to me? A human being who lived inside his cabin with him and thought he was hers? "It doesn't matter," I said into the door, trying to convince myself. "I may not be your real daughter, but you made sure I had something to eat and a fire to keep me warm. I won't ever stop calling you Baba, since that's what you are to me, even if you don't want to be." I left then, hurling myself out of the room even though I wanted to hear more, say more, no matter how much it hurt me. I wanted to tell him that Ama had poisoned me to see if he cared, or he might already know and still not care as much as if I'd been Jade or Lee. I couldn't be sure what he knew and didn't, because in the span of a few minutes he'd become a stranger. He was still Baba, but he wasn't. I hadn't consciously made the decision to wander downstairs into Sasha's room, the church's nursery, or pick up her warm, sleeping form. But I didn't stop myself from gravitating toward her, kissing her right between the ears. My favorite spot helped clear my head a little. She and I, we were so similar. Our real parents were both dead, but the shifters in her pack were intensely protective of us both. "You're my family, Sasha," I whispered between kisses. "You and Grady and Archer. Thomas, too, just if." Blinking heavily, she nestled into my chest and yawned until a little squeak came out. I smiled into her fur and squeezed her closer. Sometimes family discovers each other in the oddest places, not bound by blood, but by unspoken promises and sacrifices. I found you at the edge of the crimson forest where I was least likely to look, at a time I didn't know I should be looking. I may not be a wolf, but I love you like I am. So I'm going to make you a promise. I will do everything I can to get your sister Ronan back to you and back to us. Our family. Like Jade and Lee, my half-sister and half-brother. Not just friends and neighbors, but real, honest-to-goodness family, and I doubted they even knew. A door somewhere on this floor crashed open. Wind battered inside and shook the church's foundation. Someone must have not latched it properly. I bent to lay Sasha back down on the pile of blankets in a crib, and as I did, she blinked up at me. My face floated close to hers, a big round thing framed with a tangle of black hair. My head crowded out most of the room, except for Grady's walking stick, leaning against the frosted window, the corner of which was streaked with red. I froze, squeezed my eyes shut, then peered through Sasha's periphery again. Still there, a long, bloody smear cutting diagonally across the glass. I snapped upright and held Sasha closer, my heart slamming into her side. She stiffened with a whimper. Shh. It might be nothing more than food. I stroked her fur, trying to soothe her, trying to soothe me. But the front door. Moving quickly, I snatched up Grady's walking stick and backed us into a wall away from the window and the nursery's doorway. Archer and Grady were in the barn rebuilding the sleigh. Surely they'd sense if anything was wrong. Footsteps raced past the open doorway, too fast to be Grady or Archer in their current states. Thomas? I had a feeling I wouldn't even hear him run. I flattened myself to the wall and peered out of Sasha's wide eyes. My bow and arrow was where I'd left it, leaning against the wall by the front door. My coat was there too, something I could better use to hide Sasha. I slid sideways toward the nursery's doorway, keeping my movements slow and steady. At the edge of the door, I stopped and gathered my courage into the soles of my feet. It was a straight shot to the front door. I'd have to be swift and quiet as I sprinted over the creaky floorboards. After blowing out a shallow breath, I spun out of the room. Ahead, a large man barreled through the front door, covered in snow. Did I know him? It was hard to... He turned to me and swung up the gun in his hand, toward Sasha, toward me. A split second was all I had, a whole lifetime of terror pinpointed on this moment. I dodged right at the same time he fired. The bullet smashed into the wall behind me, right where I'd been standing. Before the wall dead-ended, I caught sight through Sasha a huge shape, hurling through the doorway with a war cry. He knocked into the man with the gun who was aiming at us again. His shot went wild, and then a massive fist crashed into his face as he keeled over. Thomas's fist, I thought. Maybe Grady's. My thoughts spiraled while I slowed to a stop. The hall was a dead end. Only the nursery, sparse kitchen, and a closet, without a door down here. I opened the door to the kitchen and ducked inside, and I immediately regretted it. Snow flurried around the room in a micro-blizzard, flown in from the broken window. Behind me, the door slammed shut all on its own. Not from the roaring wind in this room, because the door opened from the outside. If anything, it should have been difficult to shut against the wind, which meant someone was behind me. Right behind me. Someone had trapped us in here and was still here with us. Panic skated up my back. I couldn't hear a thing in here, other than the swirling snow battering the walls. The men after us knew I was blind, an easy target. What they didn't know was that I could see. Without giving myself away, I tightened my grip on my walking stick and crossed toward the window in front of me. A few panes hadn't been broken, and I angled Sasha's head toward those as I gripped the windowsill. Wintry air bit into my face and whipped my hair into a frenzy, making everything move like shadows in my reflection. But one of them loomed closer behind my right shoulder, steady and unwavering. I let him draw nearer, biting my fingernails into the windowsill. Why wasn't he shooting me in the back to get it over with? A moment later, I realized why. Something glinted in his hand with the blinding white light outside. A knife. He'd come far too close. I spun around and whipped out my walking stick toward his head. It struck hard. He grunted in pain, and I was already charging toward the door. But he was right on my heels. His fingers grasped my arm, but I shrugged away from him and swung wildly behind me. My stick soared through empty air. He must have leaped away. And in that 1 second, I'd brought myself closer to the door than he was. Not much, considering he could see and my eyes were sinking past the inside of my sweater collar. Not much, but I'd take it. I lunged for the door, my fingers scrabbling for the knob even before I reached it. The wind helped toss it open, and then I was out. He was faster than I thought. He crashed into my back and knocked me across the hallway. I caught myself against the wall before my body weight crushed Sasha. Then I turned and ran. I didn't get very far. He caught my wrist and yanked, so hard I felt my shoulder start to give. I yelped and spun around to try and free myself. A rush of air arced toward me, and then Sasha screamed in pain. My heartbeat slammed to a halt. No, not Sasha. What was wrong? What was wrong? Footsteps came running, then a loud blast sounded from behind me. The man holding me dropped with a thud, nearly dragging me and Sasha with him. A hand slapped over my mouth and hauled me backward. I fought to get away, my arms springing up to shield Sasha. She was wet, sticky, squirming like mad and screeching in pain. Blood. She was bleeding. Oh God, that man had cut her.
Stop struggling. It's me.
A familiar voice rasped in my ear. Grady. I shook my head violently and tried to rip my sweater off to get Sasha out so he could see her. Finally, she was free. She must have had her eyes squeezed tight, because I couldn't see. I didn't need to know it was bad. There was a brief pause, punctuated with Grady's choked intake of air, and then he wrapped his arm around her and me both and led us toward the front door. I wanted to ask him how bad it was, but didn't dare as we snuck forward. The blood on my hands told me enough. It coated them, and the metallic smell climbed up my throat and strangled me. What would happen if the sweetest wolf pup, the only wolf pup this pack currently had, didn't survive? I couldn't bear to think it. The thought blinded me with tears as Grady threw my coat around my shoulders and I scooped up my bow and arrow, Sasha's blood and cries squeezing my chest tighter and tighter. We barreled out the front door into the feral winter. Sasha's screeches faded, and I didn't know if that was because of the wind or weakness. Grady charged us out into the direction of the wind and shouted something, his hand going to mine and squeezing. His was wet with blood, too, and the way he squeezed, desperately hard but comforting, joined us in our worry for Sasha. Then Archer swept up next to me, the whipped air unable to carry his wood smoke and caramel scent away. He cradled my face in his hands, his breath a steady, warm blast to the top of my head.
"There's no crossbar, so you'll have to hang on to the edge of the sleigh,"
he shouted. I nodded and choked out the only thing that mattered. "Sasha?"
"She'll be fine."
His thumbs caught my tears and rubbed them away.
"She's tough like her mother, and tough like you."
I had to believe he was telling me the truth, but even so, a sob racked my shoulders. I couldn't imagine Archer and Grady without Sasha. She was the reason they put one foot, padded or otherwise, in front of the other. She was the symbol of hope for this broken, lost pack, and all of them, all of us, revolved around her.
"You have to hang on, Aika. We have to go, now!"
He stepped me up onto the sleigh and, using his arm for strength, I crouched down and felt my way to the edge with slick hands. My gloves. I didn't know where they'd gone to. Something bumped up behind me, and a hint of antiseptic burned my nose.
"Grady's on the sleigh with you, patching up Sasha," he assured me. "She's okay, if not royally pissed off."
I wished I could have seen for myself, but she still must have had her eyes squeezed shut. Her cries, though, had turned into her version of a growl, a slight buzzing. "And Thomas? Is he coming?" The wind knocked his answer away. After a second, I was staring at myself through a wolf's eyes, his eyes, a whirlwind of black hair and a red coat against a white, angry void. He swiped his tongue across my lips like a good luck kiss, and then took his place at the front of the sleigh. As we began to move, I closed my eyes against the movement and ducked farther into my hood, hanging on tight. I hadn't asked where we were going, the circled place on the map or somewhere Thomas had ordered. My ears pricked for the sounds of the other wolf pack guiding us out of margin, but I couldn't hear anything other than winter. We went slowly, too slow to outrun our predators, I thought. But maybe that was for Sasha's sake, so Grady could patch her up, and mine, since I had nothing to tie myself to. Soon the box at the back of the sleigh clicked, and then Grady's presence vanished from the sleigh, and must have reappeared at the front, because then we went faster. "It's going to be okay, Sasha," I whispered into the wood. She likely couldn't hear me, but it didn't matter. It needed to be said. After a while, the white void seemed to have swallowed us whole. Other than the constant bumps underneath, the only thing that existed was the kind of cold that shivered to the quick. And then, farther than that, my teeth chattered and my bare hands were so numb that I couldn't be sure I was really gripping the sleigh as hard as I needed to be. Once we came to the bottom of a large hill, the sleigh slowed to a stop. Footsteps, 2 of them, drifted to my ears from the right. The hill was so big that it must have muffled some of the wind. Then, nothing. I snapped open my eyes, but all I saw was darkness, like from the inside of Sasha's box. I turned to reach for her, but my raw fingers were useless on the latch. "Archer? Grady?" Snow cracked underfoot directly to my left, and I whirled.
"You're shivering,"
Grady muttered. No, shit. Tell me what's happening," I demanded. "Why are we stopped? Where's Archer?"
"There's a cabin at the base of the hill, and it just so happens it's the circled spot on the map. Archer and the other wolves are checking it out now."
He settled his big hand on my back.
"Lean into me."
I did, craving anything other than the block of ice I existed in. Even out here, he radiated fire, and I wanted to wrap myself up in his heat. He slid his arm around me, a protective shield scented with almond. I angled my face into his coat collar and breathed him in deep. Bit by bit, the shudders lessened and the numbness faded to angry tingling. Silence buzzed between us as it so often did, but this time his thoughts seemed as loud as mine.
"What kind of woman puts her life on the line over and over like that?"
he finally asked. I blinked up at him, wishing I could see what had made him ask that. "She was hurt."
"It could have been a lot worse."
"She doesn't care what I am," I said with a shrug. I refused to imagine a lot worse, the very idea dragging down my soul. He touched my chin and tilted it upward, brushing his thumb up my jaw.
"What kind of woman?"
Well, what was I? At one time I had an answer, but it no longer seemed to fit. Useless, broken. Those had been Amma's labels for me, not my own. I'd found my true self while lying in the crimson forest, looking down at my body through a wolf's eyes. I'd glimpsed useless and broken then, a bloody pile of blind girl. But I'd also seen something stronger deep within. Not a girl, but a woman, and one who could bite back. One who'd found the strength to stand up and forge onward, and even fly. He stood abruptly, taking his heat and protectiveness with him. Had he grown impatient with me? I'm a woman who loves fiercely and with her entire, stubborn heart.
Stubborn is right,
he growled. And what are you, Grady? What kind of man are you? A long, long pause in which I ground my teeth together. Then finally,
tired.
That's it?
That's enough.
Tired of what?
Resisting.
He limped away, and I gazed after him, wishing I could see him. Tired of resisting. Resisting what, exactly? Or who? A spark of feeling lit deep inside me, one I held on to with my whole being. Footsteps charged up the hill and scraped underneath the dead tree branches that grew close to the ground.
The cabin,
Archer said, only slightly out of breath.
There are people there.
Who? Grady demanded.
A family. Human from the smell of them, but...
But what? I asked.
Aika,
he said, his voice heavy with tension.
It's Logger's cabin.
Chapter 8. A hiss escaped through my clenched teeth. Logger's cabin. The man who'd taken everything from me, and would kill me without hesitation, whether there were now 4 fingers on his hand or not. How do you know? I asked in a voice much calmer than I felt.
I can smell him for one,
Archer said. That sickly sweet honey scent. Wolves likely smelled it much stronger than I did. And for 2?
There's a child's drawing on the desk inside the northwest window. It very clearly states all the members of the family. The Logger family.
The map we'd taken from Old Man's Den had led us right to Logger's family. Did he even know we had it?
He's a fucking fool, then,
Grady rumbled, reading my thoughts exactly.
What kind of man circles a target over their family?
He's new here. My baba said he came from the south and decided to settle in once he heard about our poison. I adjusted the quiver on my back and headed downhill, my muscles tensed for battle, my fingers itching to loose an arrow straight into Logger's eye. Still, though, he's a fucking fool.
Whoa!
Archer dodged in front of me and slipped his hand around my waist, pulling me to a stop.
His family is there, Aika.
And what about my family? I wrenched myself free, fury ripping up my throat. Jade and Lee? Would he have sold his own goddamn family into slavery? He had no right. He had no right to do everything he did, and I wish I could take the bullet he shot Baba with and shoot his cock right the fuck off.
We know,
Archer said.
We know exactly how you feel, but it wasn't Logger's wife or kid who did this to you.
Then they need to know what he's really like, I fired back.
Don't be blinded by your vengeance,
Grady told me. I can see it plain as day, I shouted. This is what you thought of me, isn't it? Baba's daughter, the poisoner. You wanted to kill me too, didn't you? As soon as you found out what I was. How is me going to Logger's cabin any different?
You're no killer,
he said through gritted teeth. Watch me. I jerked out of Archer's grip and slipped my way down another hill, tapping the snow with the end of my bow. My wolves didn't try to stop me, but I felt them nearby, always present. My bow smacked the edge of a cabin, and I hit it softly against it until I found the door. I banged my fist against it, then stepped back to knock my arrow and aim. Rage steamed from my nostrils as I waited, oblivious to any storm but the one raging inside me. I'd get the shot. I didn't need eyes to kill Lager. I needed just me. My heart blasted into my ribcage, a familiar sensation when I was the prey. Only this time I was the predator. The door creaked open. The bowstring bit into my raw fingertips and slicked them with blood. I held myself ready, ignoring the pain. The door creaked wider and the smells emanating from inside registered briefly. Too sweet honey, fresh bread, and smoke from a crackling fire. I opened my mouth to spit his name, but something attached itself to my coat by my leg and rubbed itself against me.
"Ribbons, no!"
An airy, accented voice cried. Young, a little girl.
"Not outside!"
I froze all the way to my bleeding fingers.
"Please, grab her,"
the girl begged. Vision clicked into place from one of my wolves, from the cover of a tree and blowing snow behind me. In front of my rigid form stood a girl, maybe 5 or 6, with 2 blonde ponytails and startlingly blue eyes that were filled with tears. A cat slinked out from under my coat, a black spot amid pure white, completely oblivious to winter. The cat lurched to a stop as its vivid green eyes met my wolf's. Its fur along its back bristled even as the wind blew it sideways, and it bared its fangs, crouching to pounce. Whirling, I dove for it and snatched it up before it could fight a losing battle. Not that my wolves would hurt it, I didn't think, but because this cat didn't seem to understand threats. I thrust it toward the child awkwardly, the thing writhing in my hands like I'd set its feet on fire.
"Thanks,"
the girl said, tears in her voice as she took it.
"Ribbons, you're a darn inbred runt for doing that."
Gibby, what are you doing with the door open? My vision blinked out again, but not before I glimpsed a woman with silky golden hair like her daughter's, cascading over the shoulders of a long wool dress. I'd never seen anything like it, with its square-cut neck, belted waist, long bell sleeves, and a slight flare from the fabric at her hips. I'd never seen anything like her. She was beautiful. Gibby, get away from them! Tension rang from the woman's tone and ran a corkscrew through the entire cabin. Her accent was like Lager's, only slightly thicker. Them. I felt their presence close in behind me. My protective wolves turned human. Sasha, too, squirming against the back of my shoulder from inside Grady's coat.
"She saved Ribbons,"
the girl cried.
Get away,
the woman said through clenched teeth, and dragged the girl behind her.
What do you want? We don't have much, given the season.
Your husband, I said, taking a guess. Where is he?
Is he in some kind of trouble?
I bit down on my tongue, sensing the little girl's eyes on me. Despite the revenge I craved, she was an innocent, like I had been. Or still was. Also like me, she hadn't chosen her father or mother. I angled away from the open door, my steps purposeful but not threatening, using my bow to help guide me. Archer and Grady followed, closing the door behind them. Your husband took something from me.
What? There must be some mistake. He's a good man.
From the glimpses I'd seen there, I couldn't argue. They appeared healthy and warm. Even the cat that was now sniffing and padding around my boots. This woman likely didn't know what her husband had been up to in order to provide for them. Really, if I allowed myself to think it, he'd done what I tried to do, keep my family alive. I shook my head, though, because that would make us too much alike.
Is he here?
Grady asked, his voice low. No, he said he'd try to get here when he could, but this weather... We're not from here, and we didn't expect it to be like this.
Where did he say he was going?
Archer, in that smooth way of his, made it sound as if they were old friends, a ploy to bait her in. Well, he said he had a business opportunity in Margin's Row, but that he'd have to travel a bit to make it work. I fished the glass jar of moonshine and wolfsbane out of my pocket and held it up. This is the business opportunity. What is it? The jar weighted my palm with burdens of the past and future, so I tucked it away again, out of sight. My wolves relaxed some when I did. Poison. Quiet fell, heavy with shock. The woman really had no idea who her husband was. Poison for whom? She whispered.
For us,
Archer answered.
Most everyone I know is dead because of it.
But if he took it from you, then you made the poison. Not him. He probably didn't even know what it was. He knew, I assured her. He sold it to a man in Old Man's Den, a bad man who wants control of the Crimson Forest. No, he couldn't have known, she insisted. He would never harm anyone. He has a family. He shot my father. He threatened to kill me violently. You're lying, she fired back. Behind her, the girl whimpered. Maybe so. Maybe I'm making this whole thing up because I have nothing better to do on a winter day. Or maybe I'm telling you the truth. Next time you see your husband, ask him why he only has 4 fingers on one of his hands. 4? I shot one off. I'm not sorry. When I see him again, I'll do more than that. I turned toward the door, a dark smile on my lips, even though this was a total waste of time coming here. No, wait. Whatever he did, he didn't mean it. Please, if you do something to him, my daughter and I won't survive out here. She stepped toward me and grabbed my shoulders. I'll do anything. Please. I'd heard that same desperation before, inside of me. I didn't want it to, but it softened my bitterness. We were all trying to survive, weren't we? Every one of us. But some beat down others so they could survive with more. More money, more food, more land, more chances to breed inside the ruby caves. Why, though? Why take when you could give? I knew why the second after I wondered. Because everyone cheated and tore each other apart to get ahead. Look at my own family. Baba knew exactly what the poison did, and yet he continued to sell it to Faust. Ama knew the poison would affect me more than her brutal words, and yet she'd forced it down my throat anyway. I wouldn't survive if I played nice. No one would. And yet, maybe there is something you can do. Anything, she said, her voice choked with tears. What kind of herbs do you have? Herbs? The usual. Cinnamon, ginger, rosemary. Why? Those might work. They wouldn't, but I wanted to dangle a slice of hope in front of her, since she might prove useful in other ways, namely luring Lager here. Besides, we had nowhere else to go for the moment. Give us a minute outside. We strode through the door, and now that the fire kindled by thoughts of revenge had died some, the chill shook me harder. We entered a barn several feet from the cabin, not any warmer than outside, and piled with snow on the ground due to the door that wouldn't close right. Horses pawed the ground from near the back. They must have been freezing. Frustration steamed out with my sigh. I doubted they had enough hay and blankets for winter. When we were several steps inside, Archer asked,
What are you thinking, Aika?
I'm thinking about Sasha. She needs to heal, I need warmth, and we all need food and rest. If Lager's wife thinks it'll help her husband, she'll give all of that to us.
How are you going to convince her that feeding us and you, the woman who shot off his finger, will save her husband?
I'll do what he did. I'll lie to her. I'll tell her that if she helps me find a way to better my poison, I'll save her and her daughter from Faust's men's next attack. We know they'll be coming after us, but she doesn't. We'll make it look like we're the good guys.
Aren't we?
Archer asked. Sometimes I wondered. More specifically, I wondered about me. I might not be a killer yet, but when this was all over, I would be. Grady sighed.
And if we don't save them?
Footsteps crunched toward us.
I thought you were dead.
That was Thomas's voice, sharp as a thorn.
Why would you think that?
Archer asked.
Because on the way here I found the body of a girl. Black hair like yours, Aika. About your size, too. Lying face down in the snow.
Bile kicked up from my stomach and soured my tongue.
A real beauty,
the stranger from the inn had said.
But she escaped Margin's slave auction and ran off wearing a thin blue coat. Angered quite a few potential buyers.
Jade. What if it was Jade? Chapter 9. My thoughts as frenzied as the blowing snow, I marched outside again. Show me, I tried to say, but a sob seized my voice. I think you might be smarter than me, Jade had once told me. It's okay, though. I still love you, and will help you take care of your babies in the future. I'd snorted. I have a good teacher, and I love you too. She'd hugged me and kissed me on the cheek, and I'd proceeded to kick her ass at math tables. I'd always thought Jade was my sister, so finding her dead after finding out she was my real half-sister would be 10 times worse. A real sister who'd been there for me since before she'd started to talk. Nothing but a headache sometimes, but also the only person who acted like they cared most times. She was flawed, but I never once doubted she loved me. Unlike my real, whole sister, Gia. Jade couldn't be dead. She had brains enough to know she'd never survive trekking through the slip-joint forest in winter. Not after her parents had gotten sick from the cold and then later died. Not after our never-ending preparations for winter that began right after the previous winter. She knew. Yet my heart disintegrated with doubt the farther I walked. Even if she knew the risks, it might have been the only choice she felt she had. She might have prayed it was better than slavery. Archer slipped his hand into mine while Thomas led the way. Grady brought up the rear with Sasha bundled in his coat. I screwed my eyes shut, not wanting to glimpse something I wasn't ready to see yet, and gripped Archer tightly. He squeezed back, his touch always a comfort to my unease.
Remember to breathe.
I shook my head, since I was afraid to do anything else.
Around here,
Thomas said, the wind puncturing his words with holes. We rounded the bottom of the hill we'd climbed earlier. This part steeper and harder to navigate around the large boulders. The end of my bow whacked against them, and then we stopped. My nerves tied themselves up into knots. I blew out a short breath, and while keeping my eyes closed, I held out my arms for Sasha.
Careful of her stitches by her left arm,
Grady told me and handed her over. Stitches. I swallowed hard as my hands closed over her warm, furry body, some of which was bound with wet cloth. I hadn't been ready to hear about stitches. I wasn't ready for any of this. She went willingly into my arms and licked my chin. I nestled her closer, feeling the strength in her heartbeat. If this adorable wolf pup could survive all that she'd been through, so could Jade. I had to believe that. Slowly, I opened my eyes. There in the snow lay a girl with one arm outstretched toward Lager's cabin, so close to a warm fire, but not close enough. Black hair swarmed around her head, the only sign of movement. Her bare hands had turned blue, and her thin blue coat and pants clung to her, stiff with a layer of snow. She could have been Jade. She could have been anyone. Even me, if events had played out differently. Grady crouched next to her while Archer kept to my side. Thomas stood over the girl, his golden brown eyes on me.
"Ready?"
Grady asked, his hands on the girl's shoulders. No, I would never be ready to stare into the face of a dead girl, yet I had to know. I jerked my head in a nod. Gently, he turned her over and smoothed her hair behind her head. Just get it over with, I told myself. Then I'd know for sure. After a shallow breath, I steeled my spine and squared my shoulders, then looked closer through Sasha's eyes. It wasn't her. Even at first glance, I knew. I'd memorized her face before I went blind, and Jade's full lips curved downward into a natural pout, and her long eyelashes seemed to fan across her cheeks when she blinked. This girl, whoever she was, had a slight nose with a mole on one side, a small mouth, and much fewer eyelashes framing her far eastern eyes. If anything, she looked more like me, which didn't make me feel better. It's not her, I choked out, and then turned back toward the cabin. The physical effort of coming out here to look had drained me worse than traveling by sleigh. The emotional effort left me shaking. I needed to sit down and not get back up again, at least until my bones had thawed and the possibility of Jade's death had faded. 3 sets of footsteps followed after me, and after Archer knocked on the cabin door and waited, Archer whispered,
"Are you all right?"
I couldn't answer. The dead girl's face floated at the back of my mind, looking more and more like me. But I'd lost too much already. I couldn't die. I refused to die while I had the chance, however slim, to get back everything I loved. The girl didn't have that chance any longer, and she'd lost more than I had. I imagined there had been great pain and suffering behind her eyes before they'd turned vacant. Lager's wife opened the door, and when her gaze landed on Sasha, she let out a yelp. "Is that a wolf?" A sob cracked from the back of my throat, my chest heaving. I handed Sasha off to Archer and then buckled to my hands and knees. I vomited in the doorway, and finally, with that surge of heated sick, I felt something other than cold. My eyes wouldn't stay open, so for days, weeks, it was easier to keep them closed. Every once in a while, I heard voices murmuring and even laughter. Gibby, I thought, and Archer. Of course, he would win her over in a heartbeat. Warmth from a hand, a fleeting touch, grazed my cheek or smoothed my hair, and sometimes a little wet nose or tongue would almost coax me out of this deep sleep. I wanted to wake up, but I was so warm, so relaxed. "Are you hungry?" Lager's wife whispered from far away. My stomach answered for me. She chuckled and set something down next to me that roused me with its hearty, salty smell. I licked my tongue over cracked lips and rubbed them together as my mouth watered. "What's your name?" My voice didn't sound like mine. too groggy and muffled. Oh, a blanket covered half my face, so I tucked it down. Cheyenne, but you can call me Shy. How long have we been here?
2 days.
Are they, I gestured vaguely, behaving or driving you crazy? 3 perfect gentlemen so far, all very concerned about you. Even Thomas? But he was so... I fought to keep my eyes open. Dangerous. Huh? Had she read my mind, or had I wondered about Thomas aloud? My husband isn't the dangerous type, I said. Awareness sliced back into me as my eyes widened. Her husband, Lager. I keep telling the men you came with this, but I can tell they don't believe me. With a sigh, she picked up a spoon from the tray and stirred it into the bowl, the metal gently hitting the sides. Think you can sit up to eat? Slowly, I lifted my weight with weak, shaky arms and scooted myself toward my pillow. The effort made my heart pound and a chill wind up my spine. She tucked the blanket around my waist to keep me warm, something Jade's mom used to do for her when she was sick. I always envied her for that, having a mom who cared. How long have we been here?
2 days, she said, setting the tray on my lap.
It seems longer. I found the hot bowl with the spoon sticking out of it, but then I folded my arms across my chest. You need this food for winter. We have plenty. Please. My husband is a good provider for me and Gibby, no matter what you might think of him. It isn't what I think of him. I stopped myself with a spoonful of broth. It didn't matter what I said anyway. Her thoughts about Lager had already been shaped as permanently as mine had. There was no changing them. Besides, no matter what I said or didn't say, she was feeding us and providing a roof over our heads, all because she thought that would save her husband. The light, flavorful broth washed down my throat, and I felt 10 times better already. She cleared her throat. Gibby's asleep in my bed, so you can speak freely. You mentioned if I helped you, it might keep you from hurting Lager. Further, you also mentioned herbs. I have plenty. I'm thinking too narrowly with herbs. I tipped the bowl to my mouth, the spoon's speed not able to curb my hunger. I gulped loudly until every last drop was gone, and then wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. What else do you have that can kill? With a shuddery breath, she rose and paced a short distance away. Even if I had something, what would keep you from using it on my husband? My word? Ha! Even I didn't believe me. Then you'd kill him another way, and still technically keep your word, she snapped. I'm not stupid, Aika. I never thought that for 1 second, I admitted. Then don't treat me like I am. You want me to help you make your poison stronger? Why? Because there are wolves in the Crimson Forest. She waited patiently while I placed my bowl on the tray and then settled myself back under the covers. But they're the wrong wolves, I continued. Another pack took over by force, with my family's original poison because they couldn't breed anymore. Why not? I don't know. The 3 men here with me and their dog. Wolf. I blinked at her. I know one when I see it. Well, they're all wolves. Wolf shifters. The 4 out there plus 1 more pup we're looking for are the only ones left, because of the pack that took over the Crimson Forest. She sucked in a breath as if she were about to say something, but didn't. They can shift for you if you don't believe me. I believe you. She crossed toward me and sagged down on the edge of the bed, the fabric of her dress fluttering. I imagined it was a dress anyway, another gorgeous one.
We don't have forests in the far south. It's mostly low shrubs and sand. There was one time when I was about 14. I looked out of the window of my house and saw a wolf staring back. There were no footprints in the sand around it, not that belonged to a wolf anyway, only a person's. And the wolf's eyes, I could see the intelligence there, a whole lifetime of memories and experiences that had brought it there outside my window. Then it ran off. I've thought about that moment again and again ever since, wondering how, but...
You saw a wolf shifter.
Yes, it was a hard admission to make, so I didn't, even to myself. My family was hard-working and practical, and they had no time for their teenage daughter's wild imagination. Except it wasn't my imagination.
No. She pushed to her feet again and paced the small room.
You mentioned a missing wolf pup. Do you have any idea where it is?
Somewhere in the Crimson Forest with Faust, the alpha of that other pack. Only female wolf shifters can find the Ruby Caves.
So how will your wolves take the pup back with so few of them?
She swallowed loudly.
Oh, poison.
Yes. I've only had one interaction with Faust, and that told me most of what I need to know. Grady and Archer told me the rest. Faust doesn't care who he hurts. He takes pleasure from it. He shot Thomas with arrows until Archer agreed to play catch, kill, release.
What's that?
A cruel game Archer didn't know the rules to. Faust forced Archer to choose a wolf pup to catch. At that time, there were 3. When he chose Sasha, Faust threw her at him. Then he made Archer kill one, and then release one into the Crimson Forest. Ronan is her name.
But instead of releasing her,
Shai said, going still,
Faust took her instead.
Yes. Shai released a string of words I didn't know the meaning to, but with the way her voice shook with anger and sorrow, I didn't need to. The pack is broken in all the ways it can be broken, I told her. It's their forest, their Ruby Caves, and I intend to help get them back. With poison, with violence, whatever it took. Shai went quiet. The truth had broken down some of her doubts. I could tell, and had further bared her heart. She cared. She might not want to, but she did. While she processed, her thoughts buzzed even louder than mine. She was smart enough to see through bullshit. So why not loggers? Maybe he really did take over Baba's business by force, only because the money would keep his family alive. Still, based on what I knew so far, Shai was too good for someone like him.
I'll be right back,
she finally said, and then left the room, closing the door softly behind her. I dozed while I waited, but when I didn't hear anything from the rest of the cabin, I grew too anxious to sleep. Surely nothing had happened to her, not with Thomas, Grady, and Archer here. Still, my nerves twitched, and after what happened at the church, I'd grown paranoid. At sound, at the lack of sound, and everything in between. I hefted myself out of bed, my legs feeling awkward and heavy underneath me. Despite the crackling fire in here, a sharp chill scraped over my skin and burrowed up through the bare soles of my feet, so I wrapped myself up with the blanket the best I could. With my arms outstretched, I found the door and then made my way out into the living room. Soft snores rumbled from over by the fireplace. Grady's, and Sasha's cute little wheeze squeak. In the room behind me, water splashed gently, and I assumed that was Archer bathing. The only one missing was Thomas, I whispered, and at the same time he rumbled,
Aika.
I could feel his gaze slide over me with a touch of suspicion and darkness, only this time it didn't make me squirm.
How are you feeling?
Better, thanks. The blanket slipped from my shoulder, but I didn't bother to fix it. No one seemed to mind my nudity, and there were too many other things to worry about than how exposed I was. Have you seen Shy?
She put her coat on and went outside.
Well, did she say where she was going?
I overheard you in there, telling her about Faust.
So I guess we're talking about this now. Not Shy. At his silence, I said, Yes, you heard me.
It wasn't your story to tell.
That's a hell of a thing for you to say, I hissed, trying my best not to wake Sasha or Grady. It is mine to tell. Like it or not, I'm as much a part of your pack as you are. Everything your pack feels, I feel. The hope before we tried to rescue Ronan, and the devastation after we failed. All of us were poisoned, even me. And now I can see through you. We're joined. A wolf pack and a human, so get used to it. A pause. Then,
And if I don't?
It doesn't matter what you do. It matters what I do, and I will get the Crimson Forest back.
With your poison.
Do you have a better plan? Silence, which answered my question for me.
Archer's waiting for you in the bath,
he finally said. That was a dismissal if I'd ever heard one. Will you check on Shy if she's not back soon? Maybe he nodded, or maybe he just probed at me with the power of his gaze. With my back teeth slammed together, I turned. Good talk, Thomas. I wanted to ask him more, like what was he hiding? Whether he was really holding Baba captive, and why in the short time I'd known him. He'd never once looked at Sasha, never acknowledged her existence in the slightest. She was his sister's who hadn't made it, sure. But still, she was his too. But if I couldn't make him answer simple questions, there was no way in hell he'd answer those. Instead of giving him another thought, I knocked softly on the door with the splashes behind it. It's me, Archer. Then I entered, and as soon as I shut the door behind me, I dropped the blanket, baring all of myself to him. Chapter 10. Archer inhaled sharply and then released a groan of approval.
Come here.
His tone nearly unraveled me, a heady mix of masculinity and wonder. I forced a swallow as I pictured him naked and wet, an image that curled deep inside of me and beckoned me closer. I stepped toward him, following the thread he'd planted in my heart.
These are hardly bigger than wash basins. Luckily, there are 2 of them.
He must have stood, because water poured down into the basin. In the corner, another fire burned, and I wished I could see it flicker over his skin. He crossed toward me, took my hand, and led me to another basin next to the first. Steam rose from it and flirted with my thighs, fueling the heat already kindled. He steadied me as I lifted a foot toward the edge.
A little higher,
he said, his breath sliding down my chest, and I shuddered as I stepped higher and then plunged my leg into the hot water. It instantly relaxed my aching muscles, and while keeping a grip on Archer, I sank the rest of my body in with a smile. It was a tight squeeze, my knees pointed straight up and no room to spread out. How Archer had folded himself into the other basin was a mystery. Maybe that one was bigger.
Do you need it hotter?
He rumbled. I shook my head and lay back against the wooden edge, letting the water lap against my skin. Not that it mattered, but it hardly covered the top of my ribs. I just need soap. And you. I'd been waiting for this moment for so long. I had no reason to be demure about what I wanted. He hummed in agreement as he released my hand, and then, seconds later, he settled himself behind me and dipped a bar of lye soap that smelled of lavender into the water. His hands were warm and firm as he took his time soaping and rinsing one arm and then the other. "How are you not cold outside the water?" I asked.
"I'm a wolf shifter bathing a naked woman. There's no way I can be cold at a time like this."
I laughed, melting into his touch. "You don't bathe naked women often?"
"Only the really, really lucky ones."
That I was. His breath tingled my neck as he moved his hands slowly down my chest. We stayed like that and kissed each other back to reality, unhurried and smiling.
"Even better than I dreamed,"
he whispered. "You dreamed of me too?"
"Even when we were both awake."
"Me too." I sighed into his kiss. How did I get so lucky that this man wanted to know me, touch me, to love me? Surely I didn't deserve him, but I would definitely take him. Best not to ask too many questions, in case I jinxed it. When I grew too cold to keep my teeth from chattering, Archer wrapped me up in the blanket again, and I slipped out the door while he dressed. There was a soft whisper of fabric and a dainty cough by the living room fireplace. I didn't want to interrupt because you seemed busy, but what?" I asked, not feeling embarrassed in the slightest that she'd overheard. "I have it," Shai said. "I have what you need to make your poison stronger." Chapter 11. The secret ingredient wasn't all that secret. Snake venom. "Snakes aren't active in winter," Shai said. "Their metabolism slows them down, and they're easy to catch. We have a ton of them in the barn." I blinked. "With the horses?" "The horses usually trample them if they get too close." "Usually?" I shot back.
"Oh, no."
Archer moved in behind me and squeezed my arm, hard.
"That's an issue we'll take care of. In the meantime, what kind are these snakes?"
"They look similar to the ones we have back home. Black mourners, we call them. We used to eat them." And that's all the information we had. Wolfsbane for the wolf part and maybe black mourner venom for the human part. The question was, would it work? The rest of the night and into the morning, Shai collected the venom in the kitchen, though she'd never done it before. She seemed comfortable enough around snakes, or more specifically, non-active ones. I worked on the opposite side of the kitchen, pouring different amounts of the poison I already had into 5 separate jars to test potency. Grady tended to the horses while Archer kept Gibby preoccupied in the living room. And Thomas did Thomas things, I guess. "How are we going to test this?" I asked. "All the wilds I've seen in the forest lately are in the cabin with us, unless—" The soft pitter-patter of 4 graceful feet chasing Sasha through the kitchen whipped my head around. Shai gasped. "You can't be thinking ribbons. Gibby would be devastated." "I'm not thinking ribbons." I'd definitely been thinking ribbons, but for Gibby's sake, I'd leave the cat alone. "I'm thinking of how good a hunter Ribbons is. She's terrible. She'd rather play with her food than eat it, and won't ever listen to a word anyone ever says." I nodded. "My wolves will hunt something then. Not ribbons, Shy said firmly. Not ribbons. I held up my hands innocently. The cat will live all 9 lives and then some. Promise. She sighed and ended it on a chuckle. I hate that cat. Well, if you change your mind. I won't. She laughed harder and I joined in, surprised at how easy it was to be around Logger's wife. She deserved much better than him, but that wasn't my call to make. Still, I couldn't let him live either. Deep down, maybe she knew that, and yet she was helping me anyway. From what I could tell, that was just who she was. Kind, helpful, smart. She almost made me want to change my mind about Lager. A plan was taking root, though, while we mixed ingredients. It would be risky. It might not work. No one would be willing to carry it out. Still, it was the only thing I had. And I thought it was damn brilliant. For now, I kept it to myself. We didn't even know if the poison would work or not. Finally, we were ready for testing. We even had 5 different testing subjects caught by my wolves, 4 vultures and 1 owl, each in separate cages. Gibby, why don't you go into your room and color a picture for Archer? Shy said nervously. Take ribbons with you.
Are the birds pets now?
She asked. Shy smiled, but it didn't touch her blue eyes. No.
Okay.
Gibby sing-songed, then skipped away with ribbons on her heels. Archer pinched my elbow from behind, Sasha squirming in his arms to see the birds. You need eyes for this? I shook my head. I'm used to shooting without them. He kissed my cheek and then moved Sasha farther away, lowering the soupy void back over my vision. Pursing my lips against the poisonous stink, I dipped the arrow into the first glass jar, the one with the most black snake venom. If it worked from a great distance, it wouldn't matter if Faust and his men could smell it. They'd be dead soon enough anyway. I knocked the arrow and pulled back, letting the familiar movements of my muscles take over. They ached and protested, but they knew what to do. The first vulture on the left flapped its wings against the bars of the cage as it fought to get loose. I'd never felt guilty about hunting before, since I'd had to do it to survive. But this was different. I didn't know what the poison would do or if the bird would suffer an excruciatingly slow death. Of course, I wouldn't let it, and I definitely wouldn't be eating it once it was dead. A direct shot would kill it instantly, but an arrow to its wing would spread the poison and let us know if it worked. As I tried to exhale my doubts away, I steadied myself. All eyes were on me, but I'd grown used to that, especially with my wolf protectors. They believed in me. Their quiet support strengthened my spine and made me think I could do more than fly, even win back their forest for them. This was the first step. Inhale. I held frozen while the vulture fluttered its wings. Exhale. I let the arrow fly. The bird squawked and thumped to the bottom of the cage. Then it hurled itself at the bars. A final thud, then silence. 1 step, Archer said, a giant smile in his tone. It took 1 step since you hit its wing. You did it, Grady rumbled. You fucking did it. Nothing from Thomas, but his approval teased down the back of my arm when he brushed mine with his. I felt the tingle long afterwards. Let's let the other birds go now. My voice wobbled, and I felt a little sick at what I'd just done. Okay, so it works on vultures, Shy said. Will it work on wolves? Only one way to find out. As Grady took the cages outside, I stoppered the poison jar. We find Faust, and we make him eat 1,000 poisoned arrows. The jar vanished from my hands, plucked free before I could process it was gone.
I want your honest word, Aika,
Shai said, her voice a low warning.
You have to swear. You and your wolves won't hurt my husband at all. I know how to make the poison too now. If anything happens to him that looks like you're doing, where I grew up, it was eye for an eye, blood for blood. You can take that exactly as it's meant to be.
A threat against my life. She had every right. But Lager had shot Baba and burned down my home. Didn't I have every right too? If he found me again, he would end me, and I couldn't let that happen. Yet she had a point. I couldn't have made the poison more powerful without her. I had to be smart about this, not just follow my rage blindly. Besides, the idea I'd had when we arrived had just bloomed. Fine, I held out my hand to make it official, and to get the poison back. You have my honest word. Most of us crashed hard after our full night, but not me. I stayed in the kitchen to pace and to run my fingers over the poison jar on the table. We still didn't know if it worked on wolves, but we knew it was powerful. Now we just needed a wolf to experiment on, and I was sure some worth killing were coming, and soon.
I suppose you're happy,
Grady said from behind me. I turned. I am, aren't you?
You weren't serious about not killing Lager,
he whispered, coming closer.
Were you?
I gave Shai my word.
You can't be serious. After everything he did.
He grabbed my elbow and gave it a shake.
He burned down your home, sold Jade and Lee.
I wrenched away from him with a snarl. I know exactly what he did, Grady. No need to remind me.
You're not being smart about this.
Fury lit my unseen world in red. Fuck you. I stormed out of there, needing to unleash on him, but not wanting to shout and wake everyone. But the bastard followed me, straight into my room, and shut the door behind him. What are you doing? I demanded.
I was about to ask the same thing. Are you going to make a deal with someone else and spare Faust, too?
My jaw dropped to my knees. How could you say that? How could you think that? What's between Lager and me is exactly that. Between Lager and me. I don't remember asking your opinion.
And what's between Faust,
he fumed,
is between him and us. Not you.
I know, I spat, tears rising. Because you don't need me. How could he say this? Why was he like this? Please go, I choked out. With a snarl, he turned and slammed the door shut behind him. You do need me, I called after him, my heart fracturing. And I need you too. You, Grady. I need you. The door crashed inward and I yelped as I leaped back. What the hell?
Humans don't have wolf harems.
He breathed hard, and I realized I was too.
Is that what you want, Aika? To be fucked by multiple wolf shifters?
It's more complicated than just fucking, but... I jerked my head in a nod. He closed the door behind him, and the energy radiating off of him scrambled my senses. He was a mess, the buzz of his thoughts utter chaos, and I guessed this little discussion of ours had nothing to do with Faust or Lager. Now more than ever, he was an animal wrapped in hard muscle and skin. And he was hungry. He stalked toward me, and the closer he drew, the more my heart beat itself into a frenzy. It pounded to every corner of my body and struck like lightning underneath my skin. The second he touched my hip, I moaned, my whole body anticipating him. He swept his lips over mine roughly as he shoved me toward the bed. pressing with his hips against mine. After several minutes of comfortable silence, he brushed the hair off my face.
That was a lie, when I told you I didn't need you.
I gathered that when you barged back in here and kissed me senseless, I murmured, lazily tracing his carved chest.
No, not just physically.
He pulled the blankets up around my shoulders.
For 2 years, it's just been Archer, Sasha, and me. That would have continued if it wasn't for you.
You would have found Thomas eventually.
That's not what I'm saying. We all needed you, Aika. You challenged us, made us see things the way you do, and you know what I mean by that.
He tipped my chin up and kissed me, his tongue skimming my lips and jolting a fresh wave of need through my bruised, joyously sore body.
No joke.
I'd have to remember that after sex Grady spoke exactly what he was feeling with no grunts or snarls. Good to know. I adjusted my head back against his chest and sighed into his neck. We're on the same side now. We just have to play it smart. Your enemies are my enemies, I promise.
Because you're one of us.
My chest swelled and warmed. I'd never been a part of anything before, let alone a wolf pack I'd fallen head over heels for. It hardly seemed possible, a blind human among wolves. But I didn't know any other way to exist now. It would be like trying to find another way to breathe. He sighed and my head dipped with him.
I resisted at first, because I didn't think you could handle all our problems. And then I resisted because I wasn't so sure I could keep resisting you.
Why did you think you had to?
You'd already fallen in love with Archer. Humans don't typically have harems, and I guess I was afraid you'd reject the idea.
Reject you, you mean?
I'm angry.
Without unwrapping his arms from me, he waved toward his leg.
I'm broken.
And I'm not? I shook my head and burrowed into him further. Why did you rescue me that day in the Crimson Forest after Hellbreath bucked me off? You didn't know me. You could have left me.
You were surrounded, alone, but you refused to give up.
I'm stubborn.
Painfully so.
He chuckled.
I couldn't let you die, and I'm glad I didn't.
I'm glad you didn't too. Now, I whispered into his neck, would you like to hear about how I'm going to get rid of Lager? Chapter 12. Carved into the 3 tree trunks that stood as sentinels in front of Shai's cabin were 3 words each: death to Aika. I knew exactly who'd carved it there, because I'd told him to do it. Grady. And now I'd have to lie to Shai and sell it while still keeping my promise to her. They're coming, Shai, I said, sweeping into the kitchen with Sasha in my arms, so I'd know for sure she believed me. She whirled, her striking blue eyes wide. Who's coming? Faust and his men. He knows we're here. Grab what you can and we'll take the covered wagon out. This is my home. She shook her head and thinned her lips, determination hardening her pretty face. I can't leave here in winter. Listen to me. I took her arm and squeezed. He burns everything to the ground and won't hesitate even if you're here. I thought we had more time, but we don't. I'm sorry, but we have to go. I promise I'll keep you safe. She looked at me then as if seeing me for the first time. I'd ruined her life here. I'd tried to turn her against her husband. Really, I was no better than Lager except for one vital difference. I would do everything in my power to keep her, Gibby, and Ribbons alive. We can go to the neighbors half a mile away. Let me pack up a few things. Tears leaked down her pretty face as she gripped my hand still on her arm. If anything, she should hate me. Hate that I'd brought my enemies to her home. But she didn't. I didn't need Sasha's eyes to see that. While I packed her up some things from the kitchen, Archer entertained Gibby in the living room.
How did you do that?
She squealed. He laughed.
Magic.
No way. Was there a string tied to the coin or what?
A magician never reveals his secrets, he said. But if you wanted to do a similar trick for your mom, all you'd have to do is distract her just a little with a huge snap of your fingers on one hand. She'll be so impressed with that while your other hand is doing something else.
Oh,
Gibby exclaimed. Genius, that Archer. Pure and simple. I packed a few extra items, and shortly after, we were off. Bundled in layers and layers of clothing, we followed the rope that led from the cabin to the barn, opposite the direction of the trees and their message, so Shy wouldn't see. Even though the threat wasn't real, it still ran a shiver through my coat, deeper than the cold. Archer and Grady weren't with us just yet. Their roles in my plan weren't finished. Before I could climb into the back of the wagon after Shy, Gibby, and Ribbons, Thomas stepped in front of me.
You sure this will work?
He muttered. Not even a little bit, I admitted through chattering teeth. Somehow he found that acceptable and let me pass. The plan was this. Archer would put the dead girl who looked like me from the forest in Shy's cabin. Grady would set the cabin on fire. With the girl's body and the message on the trees, Lager, when he finally came home, would think Faust started the fire and ran off with his family. Lager was sure to confront Faust, and when he did, Lager wouldn't be able to explain why I was there at his cabin. Faust would deny burning the cabin, obviously, since he didn't do it, and begin to suspect Lager's loyalty if Lager tells him about my dead body. Thus, I would pit them against each other, and make Lager think I was dead, which would make pulling the poison market out from underneath him even easier, and make his eventual death completely out of my hands. Lager would be furious about his missing family, and Faust didn't take kindly to false accusations. Knowing Faust, I could just tell. It was either a smart plan or a really dumb plan. Time would tell. It seemed wrong to do this to the dead girl in the woods, though. She hadn't asked to be a part of this war. Shy and Gibby and Ribbons, too. When this was all over, I wanted Shy to have something better. Whatever she wanted. Archer and Grady joined us then, and before we could smell Lager's family's cabin going up in smoke behind us, the 8 of us set off. Grady sat in front of the wagon to steer the 2 horses, while the rest of us and the sleigh crowded the back. Sturdy wood made up the lower half of the extra-large wagon, and thick animal hides and furs covered the inside, and formed an archway of walls and a ceiling. It was a tight squeeze with 2 large wolf shifters pressed into my sides. Shy peered out a crack between the hides, her mouth pinched, her mittened hands worrying with the folds of her thick coat. Sasha, Gibby, and Ribbons played with a ball that the wagon tossed this way and that. I screwed my eyes shut, since Sasha went too wild for the game, and since every bump tossed my stomach into my throat. Other than the rough ride, my nerves were fairly calm. I wished I could see Lager's reaction when he saw what was left of his cabin, the message on the trees, and my so-called dead body strategically placed so he wouldn't miss it. He'd be shocked, outraged, confused, and scared to death at what it all meant. A threat on his life or anyone else who associated with me. We slowed as we made our way up another large hill, and the wagon creaked and groaned with the effort. Sasha rolled with the ball to my boots, and I picked her up, chuckling softly into her fur.
Will it break, Mommy?
Gibby asked, staring at her mom from underneath a large wool cap. No, honey, Shy smiled. Your father helped make it. You can trust that it's safe. He'd never let anything bad happen to you." I forced a swallow. Shy's logger and the one I'd met were two different men. I had to remind myself of this again and again, because if I didn't trick him into thinking I was dead, he would kill me. No question. I believed his threats as surely as Gibby believed he'd never harm her. The wagon ground to a halt, stopping at a slant, so we had to brace our backs against the walls to keep from falling over on each other. Through Sasha's eyes, I found the same question on everyone's faces. "Why are we stopping?" Shy demanded. "The neighbor's cabin isn't for another quarter mile." Archer rapped on the wall that separated us from Grady.
"Grady? Wait here."
Thomas opened the back of the wagon, but Grady blocked him from outside and muttered something I couldn't hear. Both their gazes locked on something none of us could see. The silence deafened me. "Thomas," I said, borrowing his alpha tone. He gazed inside then, his gaze falling on all of us, but Sasha for half a beat longer. It was the first time I'd ever seen him look at her.
"Wolf tracks,"
he said. Gibby sucked in a breath, reeling in Ribbons, who was trying to escape. "Mama?" "It's okay." Shy gathered her daughter into her arms and helped fight to contain the cat, too.
"Heading where?"
Archer asked, but we already knew. Thomas confirmed it with a single look at Archer. We were being hunted. Faust's men really were coming after us.
"Will we make it?"
Archer asked, lowering his voice. At the weighted silence, Shy loosened a shuddering hiss that jabbed me with an accusatory finger. We weren't dead yet, though. In my pocket, we still had a chance. I fished the jar out and held it up so everyone could see. "Keep going for as long as you can. When they get too close, we'll meet them with this. Now's the time to see if it works on wolves."
"Get your arrows ready fast,"
Thomas ordered. Grady took the reins at the front again. Thomas jumped in. Archer slammed the door, and in the next instant we set off again. Archer grabbed my quiver from the wagon floor, and I doused each arrow tip into the glass jar, keeping it close to me so it wouldn't spill on my wolves. Shy had given me a new pair of gloves, and they moved with me, free and easy.
"What is that?"
Gibby asked from the far corner, still bundled protectively into her mother's arms.
"Nothing for you to worry about. Aika promised me she'd keep us safe, and we believe her, don't we?"
The sharp tone in her voice split down my heart, but I tried not to let it show. If anything happened to them because I dragged them into this, I would never forgive myself. "You have nothing to worry about," I assured them. A wolf howled in the distance, just to prove me wrong. Shit. My pulse a wild hammer, I dropped to the end of the sleigh facing the back door. On the other side of the hill, the wagon rolled downward, seemingly at the same speed it had climbed upward. We were going much too slow, the horses not used to traveling in winter. Archer rubbed a circle into my back, his touch a magical, strengthening balm.
"Thomas will be your eyes. I'll tie Sasha to the back."
I nodded. Thomas shifted into a large, red-eyed wolf, free from scars, at least that I could see. Shy gasped, and from Sasha's borrowed vision, I saw tears sparkle in the woman's bright blue eyes as she stared at the wolf. I shoved as hard as I could against the back door. As my sight bounced to the wolf's next to me, I froze. My heart skipped several beats, and the poisoned arrow in my grasp felt too flimsy to be of any use. Dozens of wolves raced toward us at top speed, gaining easily on the rickety wagon. I didn't have enough arrows, but I had plenty of poison. I'd find a way to get us out of this. I'd promised Shy. I knocked the first arrow, the tip of it glistening wet. As the wolves drew nearer, I held steady while hope pounded through my blood. It would work. It had to. "I'm ready," I whispered to the wind. Thomas turned his wolf head toward me, seeing my wind-blasted cheeks and my long black hair streaking around my stolen red coat. My blind eyes stared right down the arrow, exactly like they were supposed to if I could see. I'd never imagined that's what I could look like, a fierce woman who faced down her enemies. I liked what I saw. It made me think I could win. Thomas's gaze shifted outward again. Another wolf bounded closer, his toothy grin a sinister warning. With a deep breath, I released an arrow. It shot true, despite the wind, spearing into the wolf's shoulder. I couldn't hear if the wolf made a sound, but it limped off out of sight. Had I killed it? I knocked another arrow, aimed this one farther out, and released it. It hit a wolf about 10 feet away. It kept coming. 1 step, 2, 3, 4, and then dropped. 2 more seemed to pop out of nowhere and took its place. I was firing too slowly. I fired another arrow and another. They both sliced into their targets and dropped them after they took 4 steps. But more and more kept coming. I had less than 20 arrows left. I kept going, but the frigid air numbed my fingers despite the gloves. 1 wolf easily dodged my shot. Shit, I'd wasted an arrow. 5 wolves were closing in fast. Thomas tensed next to me as I fumbled to knock another arrow. I took out 1. At the same time, another leaped into the wagon next to me. "Aika!" Archer shouted from the back. With a yelp, I jerked away and fell back hard onto the sleigh, my hip bone crashing against the wood. Thomas lunged at its neck. Blood sprayed across my face as he tore a chunk of the wolf's neck out. It slumped over the wagon's rear and fell out. Before I could haul myself up, the 3 wolves that were closest drew closer to each other, mimicking each other's strides perfectly. As one, they leaped into the wagon. Shy screamed. I grabbed for an arrow, braced the end against the floor directly in one's path. The wolf landed and let out a scream eerily similar to Shy's as the arrow punctured out its back. The second wolf tried to skirt past Thomas. He caught it by the tail between his teeth as the wolf raced toward Archer and Sasha. Archer crushed his boot into the wolf's face. With them preoccupied, with me still lying on my back, the third wolf snarled past all of us, toward the back of the wagon. A strangled cry wrenched up from my throat. I flopped onto my belly and scrambled toward Shy, toward Gibby, toward Ribbons. Hysterical wails came from Shy, twisting through the wolf's vicious snarls. "No!" I screamed. My vision bounced between my wolves too much to see what was happening. I didn't want to see what was happening. Still, I threw myself toward the back of the wagon with my bow. I didn't remember picking it up, but I swung it as hard as I could. It slammed into the wolf's back. The wolf tripped over its paws, and its canines fell inches short of ripping through Gibby's coat. Ribbons, still squirming to get out of Shy's grasp, hissed and swatted at the wolf's muzzle, all claws and sharp teeth on display. The cat caught the wolf on the nose, and the wolf jerked back, right into Thomas's open mouth. He snapped its neck with one bite and hurled it out of the wagon. Archer set Sasha down in the corner and then quickly shut the rear doors. "All right?" I squeezed out, trembling too hard to do much else. Shy nodded, tears streaking down her bone-white face. She pressed as far into the wagon's corner as she could, with her hands cupped around her wailing daughter's head. Ribbons stood on her shoulder, pissed off and ready to attack again. Still more wolves came and prepared to leap inside, their strides synchronized, their ferocious intent flashing in their eyes. Thomas blocked their way while emitting a growl that bristled my hair. I started to follow, but my foot knocked into my quiver, and arrows skittered out. Too few of them. Even if we closed the back of the wagon, the wolves would keep coming. When we stopped, and we'd have to eventually, the wolves would surround us. "We have to draw them away," I said. "Go in separate directions." I hated to say it. Hated the thought of being away from one of my wolves again, but it was the only way. Thomas and Archer glanced back and nodded, their gazes landing on me and then the sleigh. I turned toward Shy. We'll get them away. Without the extra weight, Grady can go faster. Shy, I meant what I said. You have my word. Through Sasha's eyes, I saw Shy's face crumble into a sob. She reached out and smoothed her mittened hand over my cheek. I believe you. I didn't deserve her tears after what I'd done to her family. I'd destroyed her home. I'd sentenced her husband to death. I'd nearly gotten her and her daughter killed. And all she'd done was be married to the wrong man and shown us nothing but kindness. The only thing that kept me from breaking in half with guilt was that Faust's wolf shifters likely would have shown up at her front door if we hadn't left. We'll come find you, I promised, my voice breaking. I rubbed my hand over Gibby's hitching shoulders but avoided Ribbons's teeth and claws. Then I opened the thick flap of animal skin and fur that separated us from the front of the wagon. The faint sound of horses' hooves laced through the howling wind. Grady! I shouted into the rush of snow. We're leaving. Take Shy anywhere safe. I didn't even know if he could hear me or not, but then his arm snaked through the flap and sought mine. He pulled my hand through, rolling down my glove as he did, and then his soft lips grazed my knuckles. My heart splintered. This was goodbye. Like when we'd separated from Archer. I had no idea when I might see him again, and that killed me. We'd only just found each other. Our path much rockier than the one that had brought Archer and me together. He spread my fingers against his cheek, the warmest thing in existence right now, and nodded. He'd heard me. He understood. I leaned my forehead against the wood behind his head while my throat closed off. We'd see each other again. All of us would. Reluctantly, I pulled away, leaving some of my heart with him, and turned toward the sleigh. Sasha kept stepping onto it toward her box in the back, but Archer nosed her off. She wanted to come like she always did for rides on the sleigh. It's not safe this time, I told her. She whipped her head around and growled at me the only way she knew how, a light buzzing. But wait, though, I said. Grady can't watch her and steer the wagon and... I gestured to Shy, who had her eyes squeezed shut. As much as I trusted her, I didn't think she could handle watching over a wolf pup right now. Thomas nodded his wolf head, avoiding looking at Sasha even a little. Archer picked her up by the scruff of the neck, deposited her into the box at the back of the sleigh, then gazed up at me expectantly as I stepped onto the sleigh. Despite my heartache and terror, I smiled and leaned down for his good luck kiss. We would need every bit of luck we could take. His warm tongue swiped my lips and I touched them lightly to keep the lucky tingle there forever. Thomas and Archer harnessed themselves to the front of the sleigh, both of them loaning me their eyes as they gazed backward so I could tie the leather harness around my waist and ready my bow and quiver. Soon we were ready to fling ourselves out into winter and straight into a pack of wolves. Grady started up a sharp incline which would give us the speed we needed right away. When we're out, I told Shy, close the door as fast as you can. I will. See you soon. At my nod, Thomas opened the door. He and Archer bounded out, jerking the sleigh behind them roughly. The wind lashed at my face. My stomach spun in circles as my feet left the sleigh. The only things keeping me on were my grip on the crossbar and the harness, and I hoped that would be enough. We flew into the air, but there wasn't any time to feel like I was flying. The landing came too soon. It crashed my back teeth together, brought my feet back down with a jarring thud. Then we were off. Wolves came at us fast from every direction Thomas and Archer could see. I readied my bow and an arrow and shot the closest one in the leg. 1 step, 2, 3. On the 4th, it dropped. Yes, I loosed another arrow and another, firing as soon as I knocked them. And when I ran out of arrows, then what? I had a whole jar of poison in my pocket. I could crush it down one's throat, sprinkle it onto their fur and pray they'd lick it, or just hope we made it somewhere safe so Archer could carve me more arrows. Much too soon, I reached over my shoulder to my quiver and my hand met emptiness. All gone. The wind nearly drowned out everything else. The scrape of claws on the sleigh's edges, panting as wolves drew close enough to bite. But I couldn't see them if they were behind us. I was positive some were. One yanked at the bottom hem of my coat and tumbled me sideways before I caught myself. Right after, another tried to steal my bow from my grip. I crushed my teeth together, the wintry air yet another slap to the face. Without arrows, sight, or hearing, I was completely defenseless, vulnerable. I opened my mouth to shout at my wolves, but a gunshot rang out. From everywhere and nowhere. The sleigh listed to the left, toward Thomas's side. He slowed and whipped his head toward... No. Archer. He shifted into his human form and stumbled to his knees, slipping the harness from his shoulders. Blood seeped from the middle of his coat and sputtered from his lips when he coughed into the snow. I couldn't look away, couldn't move. Thomas couldn't either. My mouth was moving, but I didn't know what I was saying. Maybe Archer's name? Maybe to run and hide? It didn't matter. I dropped my bow and fumbled for my harness, my hands completely useless as I tried to free myself. Thomas shifted too, but instead of racing toward Archer, he sprinted toward me.
Aika, run!
Another gunshot, this one closer than before. Blood sprayed onto the snow in a perfect arc. Around Thomas. Thomas, the missing alpha who even now was still lost. The scarred shifter who'd been shot with arrows again and again groaned, and now with a bullet didn't fall. Now I knew why he and Archer had both shifted back into men, because they didn't want me to see either of them like this. A pained cry tore from my throat as I tried to see anyway. Tried to see the threat marching toward us through the snow.
Aika's song. I'm delighted to make your acquaintance again. I had a feeling we'd meet sooner rather than later.
I didn't need to see. Didn't even need to turn around. I knew it was Faust himself. Chapter 13.
You killed a huge chunk of my pack in just one day,
Faust said, stopping about 6 feet away.
1 day. Now I know you're a good shot. You got Lager's finger after all, but not that good of a shot, 100% of the time. I just don't believe it.
This man seemed to like to hear himself talk. I picked up my bow and turned, and my ears homed in through the blowing wind on the sounds around him. How many and from what direction? He'd brought 4 men with him, all of them staying behind him for now. His other wolf shifters that had been chasing us were surely nearby, though. I also picked up on Thomas, who grunted with pained fury several feet in front of me, but only the faint crunch of snow from Archer's way. Not a sound from Sasha. I swallowed hard, wishing we hadn't brought her with us.
Seems you have a secret weapon that works awfully fast,
Faust said.
I'd like to know what it is. Now.
Rage trampled up my throat and flattened my voice into a hard, flat sound. You already know what it is.
I do? Care to remind me?
5-step poison. I told you about it in Old Man's Den. Only instead of 5, it's now 4.
So you did.
He didn't seem pleased with the improvement.
Not at all. Sorry to say, I didn't believe you. Fast-acting stuff, isn't it? I imagine you'll be selling it, like your daddy does?
No.
Shame. We could really use something stronger to keep out the damn wolves from the Crimson Forest. They keep cropping up. We're in the slip-joint forest, Thomas ground out. Neutral ground, you fucking bastard, or did you forget that? Thomas, Faust scolded. Now, I don't remember giving you permission to speak.
A click. Another gunshot. No! I jumped forward, my arms outstretched as if I could catch a bullet. Thomas cried out in pain and pitched forward into the snow. I heaved several breaths and curled the fingers of both hands around my bow, my only weapon, the only thing that separated me from them. Faust hacked and spit into the snow.
Now you can limp around like your dumbass packmate. What's his name? Burned the whole goddamn town to the ground.
Don't do this, I warned through gritted teeth. I wasn't begging, I was telling.
Then give me a reason not to,
Faust yelled.
There's a big lump in your coat pocket there. Might that be the poison I'm after?
If he got his hands on the poison, this was all over. All that hard work for nothing. If he got his hands on the poison, my wolves, if they survived this moment, wouldn't survive the next.
Give it to me, or I shoot Archer again.
I shook my head as a sob broke loose. Slowly, with great effort to pry my fingers loose, I let my bow slip from my hands. Then I held them up, showing Faust I wanted to cooperate. This was what defeat felt like, my soul crushed and ground beneath a boot heel. The feeling dragged down the inside of my skin and weighed down my hand as I stuck it in my pocket. This was the only way, because like hell I'd cooperate. I made a fist around the jar, estimated the distance of the sleigh behind me, and hurled the poison toward it as hard as I could. Glass shattered everywhere, and I hoped with everything inside me that none splashed on Sasha in her box. "You want the poison?" I shouted. "Go lap it up!" Faust laughed, the sound dark and morbid, and it climbed into my heart and petrified it.
I like little girls with balls, don't you, boys? He asked. And this one has plenty.
On cue, his men laughed and laughed.
Where's Ronan, you sick fuck? Where's the wolf pup?
That was Archer, staggering toward my back. Blood coated the inside of his throat and made him sound like he was drowning as it bubbled up from his gunshot. My chest caved in, because he was drowning while bleeding out.
Here's what's going to happen,
Faust said, ignoring him.
Your little girl here with the big balls is going to play a game.
My mind shorted out as I tried and failed to comprehend what he'd just said. My body understood just fine, though. It trembled violently. Bile kicked from the pit of my empty stomach and soured my tongue until my eyes burned. I couldn't play catch, kill, release.
We're through playing your games, Faust, Thomas roared. Why don't you go fuck one of your wives instead? Now that's a great idea.
He stepped forward.
But first,
vision clicked into place and I saw myself. Not a fierce woman like I'd been in the covered wagon, but a dejected girl with slumped shoulders and a stricken face, as if she'd just been slapped.
I've got quite the little wolf pup detector here, Faust said, and her little nose is saying there's one awfully close by.
Wolf pup. Ronan. That was who I was seeing through while she dangled from the scruff of her neck in Faust's hand.
Yeah, that's right,
he continued.
She detected yours in margin while you were at that inn. Wiggled something fierce then while she eyed your second-story window, and like a moth to a flame, we found you. If my math is correct, that makes 3 wolves the little girl with balls can play my game with. Fucking bastard! Let her go!
Archer shouted from right behind me. Through Ronan, I saw a string of blood pouring down his chin and drenching the snow in crimson. He was hurt so badly, but the torture in his gaze was all for Ronan.
Quiet!
Faust snapped.
And let your little girl hear the rules of the game.
I shook my head hard. I didn't need to hear, because the rules had been drilled into my head when Grady had told me everything. How could I forget something so twisted, so devastatingly cruel? This couldn't be happening. Playing Faust's game would crack me wide open and chew through my will until there was nothing left. I couldn't choose. I wouldn't. I don't play games, I said evenly.
No, see, that's where you're wrong. One of your wolves, Thomas, Archer, the wolf pup in the back of your sleigh there. I'm gonna need you to choose one of them to catch like you would a ball.
One of his men snorted.
Do blind girls know how to catch?
A fierce tremble raged underneath the surface of my skin. Because he had a goddamn point. I didn't know how to play catch. That required sight. I won't play your ridiculous game, I insisted. Without a word, Faust marched forward, and a click sounded, followed by the unmistakable press of a gun into my forehead.
No!
Thomas shouted.
Leave her alone! Don't you fucking dare!
Archer yelled. One of Faust's men clocked him hard in the head with the butt of his gun. Another shot Thomas in the thigh. Thomas fell to his knees and bellowed, more enraged than pained. Archer stumbled backward but somehow stayed standing, his everlasting supply of inner strength surely the only thing fueling him. My stomach shifted higher to my throat. Tears froze to my face, but I wiped them away the best I could, so my eyelashes wouldn't stick together and prevent me from seeing through Ronan.
Play now,
Faust said.
Or a bullet through your pretty little head is the last thing you'll ever feel.
He angled Ronan away toward Archer, who vibrated with desperation to reach for the both of us. All of this, every single action Faust did, was all part of his sick game to torture us and prove he was the more powerful by force. But as he pushed the gun harder into my forehead, I realized it was a game I'd have to play. If I didn't, Faust would kill my wolves, slowly, until I cracked. Sasha? I gritted out. It shattered me to say her name, ground me into dust that the sweet, innocent pup had been dragged into this game yet again.
Do it.
Faust tipped his chin toward one of his men. Through Ronan, I memorized every detail about the man opening Sasha's box. Dark, scruffy beard half hidden by a red scarf, a beaked, crooked nose, a large mole atop his right eyebrow. I would kill him for laying his hands on Sasha next time I saw him. I would kill every single one of them. He brought her out of her box and held her up, and my vision flicked between the 2 wolf sisters. They squirmed desperately to get to each other, because the last time they saw each other was... I blew out a slow breath. They'd been divided by trauma then. I only hoped they were too young to relive it over and over like my wolves. Last time, or this time. The bearded man took a few steps away from the sleigh. Without warning, he turned and threw Sasha as hard as he could. Her vision blurred, but Ronan tracked her. Sasha was barreling far to my right. I raced toward her. Even without several feet of snow, even with sight, I doubt I could have gotten there in time. I tried, though. I tried with all my broken heart. Sasha dropped to the hard-packed snow, then released a pained, high-pitched cry. Oh, God. Oh, shit. Had she landed wrong? Another of Faust's men grabbed my arm before I got to her.
Listen to the little runt scream.
I froze, my nerves shuddering at her pitiful cries, and I couldn't take it. I slapped my hand over my mouth to trap my sob, but a terrible retching sound came out instead. She was hurt because of me, and I would never, ever forgive myself. Behind me, Faust and his men laughed. In front of me, Thomas and Archer seethed, the very air around them quaking with rage.
Now, little girl,
Faust said, coming closer with Ronan.
If you want to walk away from here, it's time for the second part of the game.
I squeezed my eyes shut, did my best to block out Sasha's cries, and willed myself not to buckle under the guilt. Slowly I turned to face him. Kill, I said, my voice dripping with the type of violent poison I only wanted to use on him.
Well, well.
He cocked his head as he handed off Ronan to another man.
So you know the rules of the game.
I don't have a weapon.
It must be your lucky day.
He pulled out a bloody arrow from inside his coat, one of mine.
Got this out of Caro's head, the oldest, wisest shifter in my pack, and you killed him.
He slapped the arrow against his leather glove.
Choose one of your wolves to kill with this arrow.
I would rather die. Part of me did when I looked at Archer. His perfect face a mass of bruises and the snow in front of him drenched in crimson. Haunted sorrow filled his eyes and he looked seconds away from passing out. He couldn't, because broken as he was, the strength he kept hidden held him upright. That's what I loved about him. His eternal strength that allowed him to laugh and play after all he'd been through. And Thomas, even though he'd been shot in both legs, he'd refused to stay down too. He knelt on his knees, his fists so tight that he shook all the way up his arms to his wide shoulders. His messy light brown hair tossed against the scars on his face and stuck to his beard, and his fierce gaze swept shudders across my shoulders. He was the most wolfish out of all of them, a real feral beast. He cut a look toward Archer out of the corner of his eyes, then returned them to me and shook his head a fraction, barely imperceptible. Not Archer, he was saying. Him.
Now, little.
Thomas, I blurted. I choose Thomas.
Well then, that'll save me from having to do it because of the whole Gabriel situation.
Faust flipped my arrow into the air and caught it.
You need to put it straight through his heart. But let's roll it around in the snow over here first. Get it nice and dirty with some of your poison.
He strolled over to the sleigh and then knelt next to it, then stabbed the tip deep into the slightly bluish snow. Thomas kept his gaze connected to mine as an understanding passed between us. He knew how I felt about Archer, but Thomas also had to know that if I killed him, Archer would never forgive me. Grady, too. He was their alpha, the most important wolf in their lives other than Sasha and Ronan. I couldn't kill a member of their pack when they had so few left, and I tried to convey all this and more wordlessly to him as Faust tromped forward with the poisoned arrow in his hand. Archer swayed on his feet as he aimed his swollen eyes on his alpha. His tortured expression shifted to me, but I suspected his thoughts changed as I took the arrow from Faust. Murderer. That had to be what Archer was thinking. He was right. I stood frozen, shaking, bewildered, unable to stop the tears. It took me 5 tries to nock the arrow correctly. 3 hard swallows to be almost certain I wouldn't throw up. Then I pulled the string back, feeling my coat cinch inward, and aimed straight at Thomas's heart. He watched me closely, and I hoped he saw exactly what I needed him to see. His eyes narrowed. Faust stalked up to me and leaned in to say,
"You better not fucking miss."
My stomach hardened into a painful knot. I closed my eyes so I could see better, and after my heart felt like it had quit beating, I released the arrow. Chapter 14. My shot was true. Thomas went down, struck backward with the blow of my arrow, but I was the one who cried out in pain. I held to my chest as my lungs seized. I didn't dare open my eyes to look at him or Archer.
"The great thing about this game,"
Faust said, a victorious smile in his tone,
"is that there's really no need for you to choose who gets released. It's been done for you by default."
I forced a swallow as I backed away from him, away from what I'd done.
"Oh,"
Faust clapped his hands.
"The scratching post is hiring whores, if you happen to survive out here, all alone. Good luck with that,"
one of his men muttered as he passed me. Luck would have nothing to do with my survival, only my cold, determined will. He would learn that soon enough. Faust took Ronan from the man's arms and angled her toward Archer as he strode toward him.
"You'll release Archer to me. Time to make him pay for helping to burn down Old Man's den."
Through Ronan, our eyes locked, and I almost looked away because I'd taken even more from him. And I wasn't even finished. Instead of devastating pain or blame written all over his face, he smiled. Warm and pure, it was such a gorgeous thing in this frozen hellscape. He aimed it at me with no judgment, no reserve, and I took it as far into my memory as I could, so I'd never forget it. "I love you," I choked out.
"I love you too."
Then he nodded, his smile growing impossibly bigger, and it was as though he were telling me it would all be okay. Me, not himself. So much. How could he love me after what I'd done, though? A sob cracked from my throat as I sank to my knees. My chest squeezed painfully as guilt and torment shoved me into the frozen earth. If my wolves died, I would die too.
"Start walking, lover boy."
Faust pushed him and he stumbled backward. Archer tore his gaze from mine and looked at Ronan, and as he did, his smile faded. Then he looked to Sasha, who squirmed and yelped on the ground, then at his alpha, lying perfectly still in the snow. As he turned away from me, tears filled his eyes, and then he faced the other direction with Faust, his men, and his wolves. He didn't look back at me, and a part of me was glad he didn't. I wanted to remember that smile. I wanted that to be my last memory of him in case I never saw him again. The blowing snow threw a white veil over their backs and swallowed them up. As soon as they were out of sight, as soon as it appeared we were out of danger, I raced towards Sasha. Sobs racked my shoulders as I carefully picked her up. "My little girl, I'm so sorry." I held her close to my chest so she could share my heat, what little of it I had, and gently probed her for any broken bones or gashes. "Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Please forgive me." She shuddered and yelped when I touched her back leg, and I jerked my hand back. "Okay, I kissed her between the ears and breathed in her sweet, calming scent. I'll fix you up. Out of the corner of her eye, movement flashed. I whirled. My pulse stampeded as I brought my bow over my head to crush it down on another enemy. But it was Thomas, sitting up and clutching the arrow in his chest.
I'm not dead.
I loosened half a breath, unable to move. No. He turned his head toward me and plucked the arrow out, a small twig in his huge hands.
How am I not dead?
Because I shot you right below the heart. I swallowed. I tried to. Anyway.
The poison?
No. I shook my head to help rattle more words free. It wasn't. It was moonshine, just moonshine with purple flowers that looked like wolfsbane. It was in a big jar, a distraction for the very small jar of poison in my pocket. It's still in my pocket. A great magician I know once told a little girl named Gibby to distract her audience with a huge snap of her fingers, while her other hand is doing something else.
Archer.
He sighed.
The huge distraction was the big jar that wasn't poison.
I nodded. Archer had just gone, and already I missed him like crazy. My tears planked down into Sasha's fur, and I buried my next few sobs between her ears. Thomas growled as he tried to push to his feet, but both his pant legs were soaked through with blood.
We'll get them back.
Yes. I knelt and pulled his arm around me to help. With great effort, he finally stood. In my other arm, Sasha didn't try to squirm away from him in fright. She just stared and whimpered. Thomas did his damnedest not to stare back.
But we're stuck in the middle of winter.
He lifted his gaze to me, hard and determined and closer than it had ever been before. The powerful connection we'd shared when we first met at the church flared again, one of loss and shared experiences.
I can barely walk, but I can damn well heal.
I can't see without my wolves, but I can damn well win. Something flickered behind his normally suspicious eyes.
I'm starting to believe you.
I shifted my bow and Sasha in my left arm and held him tighter with my right. Good. This has been Winter's Bite, The Crimson Winter Reverse Harem Book 2. Written by Lindsey R. Loucks. Narrated by Laurie West. Copyright 2020 by Lindsey R. Loucks. Production copyright by Lindsey R. Loucks.